The Search for Truth. Michael A. Singer. Author's Preface. You, the reader of this work, have a very important decision to make before proceeding to the text proper. If you deal with this book as just another philosophical attempt to render a meaning to life, you may find it an interesting and intellectually stimulating argument, but you will have missed the most significant contribution which lies within these pages. For the journey which we will be taking in our exploration for truth is conducted in such a manner that there is the potential to take you deep into the recesses of your own being for you to directly perceive many of the truths uncovered therein. However, in order to experience these truths at this deeper level, you must allot the time necessary to achieve the degree of introspection, which is continually called for throughout each chapter. When this additional energy is expended, you will find that, over time, the words on these pages will become more and more meaningful as you begin to view yourself and the world around you from a new perspective. Perhaps the spirit of the point being expressed here was best captured by a student who took this same journey, as it is presently taught in a college classroom. He wrote in his final paper, "This is the first course I've ever taken where the end is really just the beginning for me. Great efforts have been made to keep this intellectual analysis as simple and interesting as possible. But do not allow yourself to become fooled by the comfortable flow of the argument, because many of the simple points contained herein have the potential to totally rearrange your general view of life. What is required is that the truths revealed in each step of our journey be viewed side by side with our everyday perspective of the world outside and within us. May light be shed. M.A.S. Gainesville, Florida, 1974. 1. Preparing for the Cirque. Purpose. The search for truth. From the inner depths of man's being springs the longing to know why. We can lose ourselves in our work, drown ourselves in liquor and drugs, escape to sports, movies, and vacations, but there is always that moment of solitude when the questions again surface. Why? What is it all for? Just what is really happening on this planet Earth as it spins through infinite space? These questions have generated so much written literature that the subject of philosophy has come to be regarded by many as a play toy, an intellectual game, an unsupportable collection of theories. The average man finds himself so far removed from being able to relate to academic philosophy that he often decides that these questions are unanswerable. Thus, he either blindly puts his faith in one particular philosophy, or he attempts to go through life with no consistent philosophy at all. But is there no such thing as truth? A truth which is supported by all that we see in our everyday lives, as well as by formal scientific research? Perhaps we can take the time to ponder this question together. First, however, in order to bring our thoughts into unison, so that we might all begin the forthcoming journey from the same place, let us imagine ourselves back in ancient Greece. It is the days of the great philosophers, Aristotle, Plato, Socrates. We can fantasize that in this philosophical fairyland, everyone is sitting around on the mountain tops, at the ocean fronts, and in green pastures, observing all of the daily activities of nature. And they are enthralled with the complexity, the beauty, and the perfect balance. They are continually pondering the question, why, furthermore, at night one can hardly sleep. Gazing out into starlit space, one feels the minuteness, the apparent insignificance of the whole planet Earth, not to mention one's own self. What are we doing here? What is the purpose behind all of this? These questions, when deeply asked, can become literally painful in the very recesses of a man's being. Then, suddenly, Aristotle throws up his arms in frustration and begins to summon all thinkers into the meeting area. He then reveals his plan, a cooperative, all-out effort. We're not getting anywhere just sitting around and individually brooding over the question, says Aristotle. We must find another method of pursuing this quest. Our only alternative, the only thing that has any meaning, is to work with what we've got. Let's begin to study what we do know and to analyze it to the minutest detail. And maybe, just maybe, we can get some clues as to what's going on. It will definitely require a lot of work, and it will probably take a long time, but at least in this way, we can make a contribution to mankind in the future. Perhaps the day will come, thousands of years from now, when we've discovered enough to be able to answer the question. So he gave everyone a separate task. One man was to study the rocks, another the animals. One was to continue studying the stars, another to analyze the weather. The tasks eventually emerged as the various contemporary areas of organized study, which we call the modern sciences. The rest is well-known history. Over time, we developed more and more fields of study, and each of the existing fields became more and more specialized. Each developed their own professional language, so that now we know a great deal about many things, but nobody can communicate it to one another. We have gotten so lost in the searching that we have almost totally forgotten the reason for the search. As we discovered more and more about the weather, about electricity, about chemistry, we employed these findings to make our lives more enjoyable, to aid us in our earthly pursuits. There is obviously nothing wrong with these fringe benefits, but what about the question? Which science has taken as its main objective the integration of all of our accumulated knowledge? It may strike some as rather presumptuous to make this statement, but perhaps, just perhaps, we have found enough. Maybe, if we bothered to put it all together, we might be able to see overriding evidence pointing toward truth, the reason, the answer. In fact, it is on the basis of this presumption that the current text has been written, and it is each one of us who has been chosen to be the one who puts it all together. Before we begin this fantastic voyage into the entire scope of man's knowledge, there is another point which must be made, that the entire foundation upon which all of this scientific information rests has come to us by means of the external method of research. The whole Western contribution to man's knowledge is based upon what we have called, in fantasy, Aristotle's plan. But in the East, things evolved quite differently. The philosophers of India, who pondered the why thousands of years prior to the Greeks, never reached the point where they threw their arms up in disgust. What happened there was that one day, all of a sudden, one of the great thinkers began to laugh hilariously and to roll on the ground, exclaiming, "I know. By God, I know." And he began to teach others what he had found, not by putting the answer in words, but by aiding them to reach the same inner experience which he had reached, so they too felt they could say, "I know, I know." So India's whole exploration of truth was through the internal method of research. As such, India obviously did not receive the fringe benefits of an easier material life, but this does not mean that we cannot employ her treasure chest of knowledge in our all-inclusive search for truth. In fact, if there does exist an underlying answer to these basic questions, then it must be universal enough to embrace both Western and Eastern thought. So what we are searching for in this work is the link which ties together all of the evidence from the diverse Western sciences, as well as from the various Eastern and Western religious philosophies. And the means which we shall employ for carrying out this noble task can be compared to a ladder which bridges the gap between an origin and a destination. For our purposes, the point of origin is the position of seeking an explanation of man, the universe, and the relation between the two. The top end of our ladder is resting upon the destination point itself, the explanation. The main rungs are formed by the different groups of information disciplines, which man has thus far gathered. The two supporting runners of our ladder are formed by a system of logic. Thus, we shall attempt to move step by step up our ladder, until we are finally able to get off at the top. Then we shall see that it is this uncovered truth which forms the link for which we are searching. For if we find that the vast majority of man's knowledge is all consistent with one underlying factor, then we have definitely discovered an important common feature amongst seemingly unrelated fields. It is, however, essential to make one more point before beginning our climb. Since this is a written work, and as such cannot be tailored to each individual's feedback, we must all use the same ladder. But as individuals, it is also true that we are all beginning in different places. For this reason, some of us are bound to find some rungs too close together, and others too far apart. Similarly, some rungs may appear to be too rough or unfinished for our personal preferences. Some may even seem to be too weak to support our weight as we climb upward. Each of us, naturally, will feel differently about different parts of the ladder. The important point to remember, however, is that it is just a ladder. A ladder that attempts to bring us to the truth. It should never be confused with the truth itself. If we stop climbing because the rungs seem too far apart, we will obviously never reach the top. And if every time we feel a rung begin to give a little, we stomp upon it until we finally find a way to break it, the destination will never be reached. But if we are determined enough, we will, through our own effort, find a way to reach the next rung, although at first glance it appeared too far away. And if our true desire is to search for truth, and not merely to find all of the little flaws in the ladder, we will find a way to strengthen the rung that began to give way under our weight. Once we reach the top, we can then get off the ladder. Once each of us gets an indication of the truth, the ladder no longer serves any purpose. We can kick it away. And if we desire, we can build a totally new and better one, for the old ladder will already have served its purpose of taking as many as possible to the top to see what is there. This concept is in drastic contradiction to much of the academic literature being written today. For when an idea begins in the intellect and is nurtured to its logical conclusion via the intellect, then it is true that if the logic fails, the entire conclusion falls away. The conclusion exists only as the top rung of the ladder, which, obviously, has no meaning or support without a sturdy system beneath it. This is not the case in the present work. The top rung of our ladder is resting against an already existent truth. And it is a truth that can be directly perceived, regardless of the means we use to reach the threshold. Furthermore, this ladder is not an escalator. Therefore, the reader must put out his own effort and apply his own knowledge in order to make the climb. Khalil Gibran, in his great work, The Prophet, makes the point beautifully. Then a teacher said, "Speak to us about teaching." And he said, "No man can reveal to you anything but that which already lies half asleep in the dawning of your knowledge." The teacher who walks in the shadow of the temple among his followers gives not of his wisdom, but rather of his faith and his lovingness. If he is indeed wise, he does not bid you enter the house of his wisdom, but rather leads you to the threshold of your own mind. The astronomer may speak to you about his understanding of space, but he cannot give you his understanding. The musician may sing to you of the rhythm, which is in all space, but he cannot give you the ear that arrests the rhythm or the voice that echoes it. And he who is versed in the science of numbers can tell of the regions of weight and measure, but he cannot conduct you there. For the vision of one man lends not its wings to another man. And even as each one of you stands alone in God's knowledge, so must each one of you be alone in his knowledge of God and his understanding of the earth. Methodology. The task before us, then, is to correlate the wealth of knowledge that mankind has accumulated and to bring it together in such a way that it sheds light on the only really meaningful question for research: the truth behind our existence on the planet Earth. However, since the task is obviously a difficult one, it is well worth our while to spend some time discussing the tools of research as well as the general methodology to be followed. To begin with, we note that there are two diverse sources of information available to us. The first, and most generally used in formal academic inquiries, is the collection of knowledge left to us by the great thinkers of all ages. Our libraries are overflowing with evidence of man's noble attempt to understand the world around and within him. This source of previously recorded knowledge forms a major storehouse of information from which we are free to draw. But there is another, often neglected source of data: the informal, intuitively gathered information that each of us has stored over the course of living our everyday lives. Things that are often called common sense seldom find their way into college textbooks because they are so readily perceived by everyone. But due to the broad, all-inclusive nature of the question that we are here attempting to answer, these all too obvious aspects of our everyday lives form an invaluable source of data. The only problem is how to tap this source in such a way that we can be reasonably certain about the reliability of the premises being used. We shall see that, due to the perspective from which we approach our analysis, the problem caused by different people's subjective perceptions of the world around them can be avoided, since we are dealing with universalities that all of us will be able to directly relate to each step of the analysis. The reason that this second source of information becomes so useful for our particular purposes is that we shall be conducting our entire analysis of the search for truth based upon the building of a model of man and his relation to the universe. Since we have no choice but to direct our inquiry from the limited perspective of mankind on the planet Earth, we shall use this perspective as our basic framework for correlating the treasure chests of man's knowledge. Who am I, and what is my relation to the rest of the universe, is a question to which we can all relate, and whose answer requires, at the very least, information from every science that thus far has been organized. We shall use this information to build a formal model of man based upon evidence gathered from the most reputable sources of academic literature, as well as from our own intuitive knowledge of what it is like to be a member of the human family. And it is here that we find the key to why an intuitive, common-sense source of information is so relevant and readily acceptable for our purposes. Because in constructing a model of man, we can find no more reliable source of data than man himself. We do not have to go to a book in order to find out what matters. We are men, and we are fully conscious of being so. Thus, guided by an appropriate technique for extracting information, we should be able to delve deep within our own being and come up with a complete and meaningful model of man. Furthermore, once we construct such a model based upon our universally acceptable intuitive premises, we can then gain additional support for our model by comparing it with what great scientists and thinkers have presented in their academic writings. Of course, there will be times, especially in attempting to build a model of man's relation to the external universe, that we will have to rely solely upon textbook knowledge. But all attempts will be made to keep the analysis as simple as possible. Despite periodic delvings into physics, chemistry, parapsychology, and the like, there is no reason why any of us should not be able to follow the analysis. Finally, it is also worthwhile to note that, if properly constructed, our model of man can be applied to many diverse academic inquiries, not just the one being addressed in the current work. After all, the concept of a true-to-life, theoretical model of man is an indispensable building block for all sciences. For example, in such exact sciences as biology and physics, we are rapidly discovering that, as we try to get closer and closer to the object of research, the very presence of the researcher seems to alter the results of the experiments being conducted. The only way to surmount this delicate problem is to gain a more complete understanding of exactly what man is, and, therefore, be able to incorporate these findings into the formal scope of the experiments. But the need for such a realistic and theoretically applicable model of man is even greater in the various social sciences. By their very nature, the sciences of economics, sociology, psychology, and anthropology must base the major portion of their knowledge upon the construction of theoretical models, since controlled laboratory experiments are generally infeasible, if not actually impossible. And at the base of every single economic and sociological model, we find the need to make some very important assumptions about the nature of man and his expected behavior. Unfortunately, anyone who has made a study of the social sciences in question is well aware that the concept of a fairly complete, true-to-life theoretical model of man is almost totally neglected. So if we take the time and energy to be fairly formal in our construction of a model of man and his relation to the universe, perhaps we will be able not only to draw upon textbook research in our search for truth, but also to make a contribution in this area. In fact, the last chapter in this work is devoted to demonstrating the applicability of the model of man that we shall construct in the following pages. But this is enough preliminaries. It is now time to begin the task for which we have been brought together. Let us begin the search. Are not what we mean by the label man. Now we are getting warm. For example, what about our clothes? Some of us strongly identify with our clothing, as is shown by the cliché, clothes make the man. But even here, we are not saying that clothes are the man. In general, it seems safe to say the clothes can be put in the same category as the rest of the objects that affect people, but are not the actual person. However, an important factor has been revealed in this last step. It must be clearly understood, right from the beginning of our analysis, that the words identify with are not in any logical framework synonymous with the phrase, is an identity to. We can say that man identifies with his clothes, but this is in no way the same as saying, is an identity to his clothes. The first statement expresses a state of mind, a way of thinking. The second expresses a state of being, an absolute fact. Clearly, these two sentences have vastly different meanings. So, we see quite early in our search that just because a state of identification exists, this is not a sufficient reason for including the object of identification in our model of man. Now, having quickly worked our way down to a subset of reasonable size, we meet our first real hurdle, which is worthy of extensive analysis. The question arises, is man his body? For most of us, the initial response is, of course. But we must be cautious about responding out of habit rather than out of deliberate, introspective, analytical thinking. As pointed out above, an existing state of identification is something quite distinct from our true object of research, for example, man, he who does the identifying. What we need is an alternative hypothesis against which to test the proposition. Let our two hypotheses be, H, we are our bodies. We live in, have control of, and have entered into a state of identification with our bodies. Having set up the alternatives to be tested, All that we can do now is judge the merit of each hypothesis by looking at evidence. To begin with, I picks up an interesting aspect of H and H, as they are stated in our regular everyday mode of expression. H supports the validity of H. The reason for this is that in H, the word our is a possessive pronoun modifying the noun bodies. If we are our bodies, who then is doing the possessing? In essence, the question is, when you look down at the flesh and blood below you, which is more accurate to say, this is me, or this is my body? Obviously, these two statements have vastly different meanings. Other pieces of evidence to be considered are such factors as, if you really wanted to, you could put your hand into very hot water, and despite all of the physiological reactions within the body calling for withdrawal, you could make it stay there. If there is not a you distinct from the body, who then is exerting that willpower? And what if there was an accident and the body became permanently maimed? If you really wanted to, you could rise above the situation and remain psychologically unaffected in the long run. The part of you that you intuitively consider me could remain cool and collected, and, except for the necessary external adjustments due to the new shortcomings of your body, could carry on business as usual. The type of question that is worthy of a great deal of inner searching is, am I my senses, or am I the receiver of my senses? Each one of us has at some point been so lost in thought that we did not receive a stimulus from the outside world that normally would have caught our attention. We have ignored telephones ringing, people speaking to us, and the like. Now, when these things happen, the body is still doing its thing. Sound still enters the outer ear, causes the eardrum to vibrate, and is then transferred through the inner ear bone structure back to the sensory nerves and so on. But this time, you do not receive the message. Your attention is elsewhere. The body is acting as usual, but you are not paying attention to it as you generally do. If you have this choice of tuning into the body or not tuning into the body, then surely you are not the body. And it is not just with the auditory sense that this voluntary detachment, non-identification, takes place. We can also ignore pain, smells, and tastes. All this is done by merely applying willpower in order to direct our attention elsewhere. This certainly is not an ability available to one whose being is solely rooted in the physical body. However, most of our waking hours are spent in total identification with the body. Due to this, it becomes quite difficult to step back and see the body as being truly separate from ourselves. We are strongly affected by the body, by its comforts, discomforts, needs, wants, demands, etc. But as we saw earlier, just because we are affected by something, no matter how strongly, this does not necessarily mean that we are an identity to that object. Many of us are strongly affected by our houses, how they took, what kind of structural shape they are in, etc. But this does not mean that we are our houses. It is all a question of degree of identification. But no matter to what degree, identification with can never become identity to. As with the mother who so strongly identifies with her child that when the child is ill, she actually experiences pain and suffering too. This does not mean that she is the child. By this example, we see that not only can we feel and be affected by our own bodies, but we can also feel and be affected by the bodies of others, depending upon the degree of identification. Another piece of evidence that we will deal with at greater length later is the statement, "At night I go to sleep." Ponder deeply over the verb of this common, everyday phrase. Where do you go when you go to sleep? With the exception of sleepwalking, it certainly is not the body that is going anywhere. So you must be stating that there is a you, which is not only distinct from the body, but also capable of going somewhere while the body remains stationary. For instance, you can leave the body. Finally, for those who are still having trouble getting the full implications of what is being pointed out, let us imagine the following situation. You have just entered the hospital for a minor operation, and a friend is keeping you company. Unknown to you, the finest surgeons and anesthesiologists from all over the world have been flown in and are waiting in the operating room. You find yourself lying on a table. There is a soundproof sheet that hangs down at the level of your neck and has the effect of partitioning your head from the rest of your body. Since only local anesthetics are being used, you are fully awake and pleased to find your friend on the same side of the partition as your head. You begin to casually converse, relating the plot of the movie you saw the night before. Now, unbeknownst to you, the surgical team proceeds to remove your right leg. During the course of this amputation, your conversation on the other side of the partition continues without the slightest stutter. Step by step, making use of all available lung and heart machines, they then remove your left leg, your arms, your buttocks, and so on. What is important for our purposes here is that you, on the other side of the partition, remain totally unaware and unaffected by this whole operation. You can continue to relate your story. Your love for your family remains intact. In fact, your entire personality does not show the slightest indication of change. We now ask again, are you your body? The physical structure that comprises your body has just undergone some rather dramatic alterations, while the part of you that you most intuitively consider me remain totally unaffected. If you were truly an identity with your body, it could never change without simultaneously affecting you. So we see that each and every one of these aforementioned pieces of intuitive evidence is perfectly supportive of the hypothesis high. While they deny H, in light of this, we can now say that man is not his body. Rather, man has a body. For even when gazing upon a beautiful, shapely woman, a situation of great body awareness, we do not say, she is a beautiful body. We say, she has a beautiful body. At this point, before continuing our search for the you, who is the possessor of the body, let us take a look at our day-to-day relations with our body. In fact, let us examine how much time and energy we devote to our bodies as opposed to ourselves. To begin with, note the amount of time spent each day either directly feeding the body, buying food for it, preparing food for it, thinking about feeding it, or worrying about its nutritional balance. Add to this the energy expended dressing and undressing it, buying clothes for it, and thinking about clothing it. Next, we must take into consideration all of the energies directed toward keeping it out of the wind and rain, keeping it neither too cold nor too hot, and providing it with a comfortable and safe place to sleep. Finally, we add to this the amount of time we are engaged in thinking about and providing the body with its sexual needs. And these are only the things that directly relate to the body alone. We could also mention the time and energy we are forced to expend in order to move the body from one place to another. For example, when you have the thought, I want to see Uncle Wally, that has nothing to do with the body. But in order for you to carry out this desire, you must figure out all of the logistics of moving the body into the near proximity of Uncle Wally, since the only way that you can normally carry things out in the physical world is to do them through the body. And this is the key to our whole relationship with the body. We can get lost in thought for hours and have no direct need for the body, but the moment that we wish to convey some of those thoughts to someone else, we must call the body into action. We either set the vocal mechanism into operation or direct the hand to the task of writing. So, the relationship is clear. The you, who is in there, and is the receiver of the sensory messages and the director of all muscular movements. The you, who is conscious of thoughts, feelings, senses, etc., does not exist in the physical world. This you cannot be seen, touched, smelled, tasted, or directly heard. It has no weight, nor has it any definable size. It has none of the qualities of matter, which make up the entire physical universe. Yet it is essential that we have some type of physical vehicle in order to express ourselves on the physical plane. And the body supplies us with this vehicle. It is an amazingly complete and wonderful robot. We operate the activities of the body through the use of willpower, though it is true that many of our daily actions have been performed so often that they have become habits. The nice thing about this robot in which we dwell is that it is not solely an inanimate mineral. Rather, it is the highest animal on the evolutionary ladder. In a sense, the body is our pet, and if we train it well, we can have a lifelong, happy relationship with it. After all, biologists tell us that it is the smartest of all animals, so it would seem we could train it fairly easily. The fact of the matter, however, is that most of us have treated our bodily pets as some people treat their pet poodle. When we see dogs literally owning their masters, most of us think it is an unhealthy relationship. To work harder than one cares to in order to feed the dog steak, to keep its hair groomed, and to jump whenever it barks is a mode of behavior at which we generally scoff. Yet, that is exactly the relationship we usually accept with our bodies. To say the least, we have spoiled our bodies. Instead of trying to train them so that they serve us better, we blindly continue to serve our bodies to the best of our abilities. Surely, the number of ulcers, headaches, and nervous breakdowns attests to the fact that, like all other animals, the body knows no end to how spoiled it can become. The fact that the body can be trained is obvious. We train it to hit a baseball or to swing a golf club. We teach it to walk, write, drive a car, and fly a complicated rocket ship. Some people train it to walk on hot coals, to live on nuts and berries, to sleep on nails, and so on. In past times, almost all bodies were trained to sleep on the ground, to acclimate to the various temperatures, to walk long distances, and to do a great deal of physical labor. Surely, one cannot argue that our bodies are so different from all these aforementioned bodies that they could not be trained accordingly. Just think of the number of times that you were out in the country with your beloved, having a very high time, and suddenly the body said, "I'm hungry." You responded, "But I just fed you a few hours ago. I don't care. I'm hungry. I want to eat." But you were having such a good time satisfying your higher needs that you did not want to return home just yet, so you tried to ignore it. Yet, as spoiled and as used to having its way as the body is, you did not stand a chance. It continued to pester you until you were no longer having a good time, and you ended up heading back home to feed the animal. Or how about the time you were sitting outside reading a good book? The moment you stopped being engrossed in the plot, the body said, "Boy, it's hot. It must be 100 degrees out here. I'm sweating like a dog. I can hardly breathe. I need air conditioning." Surely it was just as hot a few moments earlier while you were lost in the book. But while you were lost in your reading, you were not paying attention to the body, and, thus, heat was no problem. After all, you cannot get hot. Your only reaction to heat is to the extent that you allow the body to complain about it. And there is perhaps nothing ego-shattering more than observing just how much this animal dictates our behavior and our moods during the course of each day. What it boils down to is that, due to its animalistic tendencies, the body would be an excellent servant, but it is a terrible master. For the purpose of our model, let us call this aspect of man the animal self. Man at this level is totally driven by his animal instincts for food, clothing, shelter, sex, aggression, etc. How he came into being is the subject of Darwinian evolutionary studies, and his qualities are studied in the science of biology. Copyright Resonant Read Recording. Man's relation to his mind and his emotions, the psychical self introducing the voice. Though our discussion of the animal self has been quite revealing, if not even a bit humorous, it is obvious that, as men, we are much more than this. It has been continually pointed out that there is an aspect of man, the you, that is higher than the animal aspect, which can, by means of applied willpower, totally control the body, exist despite damage to it, and remain conscious while the animal man sleeps. If our model is to be complete, then we must continue our search for the you, who is in some way distinct from the body. But we have already eliminated the stars, planets, and moons of the outer sphere, along with all minerals, plants, and animals of the planet Earth. What is left to us, by definition, is one object, the body. And we have determined that there is more to man than just this animal aspect. So you, the center from which we all act, must not exist in the physical universe. This does not mean that we must turn to H.G. Wells or other science fiction writers in order to comprehend the concept of planes other than the world of matter. In the universe, as we all know it, there are many physical objects that we experience via our five senses. But there are also such things as thoughts and feelings, and these do not necessitate the use of our five organs of sense in order for us to be aware of them. When we have a thought, it is a real thing, it exists. But thoughts are not real to our physical senses. Would we then say that they do not exist at all? Thoughts are there. They come and go, usually not even at our will. They manage to keep our attention for most of our waking hours. Even when we sleep, we have dreams, and these dreams are special types of thoughts. So the question naturally arises, where are these things that play such an important part in our lives? When you close your eyes and envision something, you see it. Not with your physical eyes, because what you are looking at does not exist on the physical plane. The alternative to accepting the existence of another plane, for example, a mental plane, is to deny that thoughts and emotions are really there. They are figments of your imagination. Fine, but where is your imagination? It certainly is not in the physical world. Looking at it in this way, the concept of other planes of existence becomes almost a truism. Western science has for quite some time accepted that which we call the mind as being distinct from the brain, though the latter is thought to be the physical counterpart of the former. In much the same way, when we have an embarrassing thought, the mental plane, we blush, the physical plane. The planes are obviously closely related, though quite distinct, as is evidenced by the fact that we all simultaneously live on both every day. It now becomes obvious, by our definition of the mental plane, that when you get lost in thought and you go to sleep, what you are doing is turning your attention away from the physical plane and onto the mental plane. The distinction between the two planes can be seen even better in what follows. We know that we can direct or withdraw our attention via conscious or unconscious will to any particular sense stimulus of the physical world. We can look in a given direction and only see the objects we wish to see, and often we only hear certain sounds, even though other sounds of equal prominence are not heard. We can eat something distasteful by focusing our attention elsewhere, and we can even become insensitive to pain by directing our attention away from it. This ability to send and withdraw our consciousness to the various senses can be developed to a very high degree. In certain professions, like piano tuning, wine tasting, and delicate surgery, this ability actually determines success or failure. By means of our everyday experiences, we all know what happens when we focus our consciousness on a given sense. It becomes more acute. And when we wish to withdraw our attention from a given sense, we generally do so by sending it to another of the senses. But what happens when we withdraw our consciousness from all of the physical senses? Where does consciousness go? Obviously, it must go to the mental plane, as is the case when we daydream or intellectually analyze a problem to the point of non-consciousness of physical stimuli. Thus, we can see that not only do physical and mental planes exist, but also that by using conscious or unconscious habit form, will, we can control to what extent our attention will be focused in either plane. By using the same method, we are also able to determine the specific objects of attraction on each plane. The next step to be taken in order to continue building our model of man is to turn from the physical plane and begin searching for you on the mental plane. But where do we begin? The mind is quite complex and appears to vary radically among different people. Not to mention the additional handicap that we cannot even use our physical senses to analyze and compare our results. What we need is a guide, a sightseeing tour boat, which will take us into the mental maze and offer some light for our search. Fortunately, we have been provided with just such a guide. In order to meet him, however, we must first put down this paper, close our eyes, and enter into total inner silence. Do this now for about 5 minutes. The rest of the analysis is apt to be void without this exercise. Upon returning from this experiment, we can safely state that, with very rare exceptions, none of us were able to successfully carry out the task. It seems that there is a voice inside our heads that does not so readily keep silent. When we first tried the above experiment, we heard such things as, "What is this all about? Of course, I can enter silence. Why is he doing this anyway?" Furthermore, as the time passed, most of us found that the voice's subject of discussion gradually drifted from this paper to matters of a more personal nature. We listened to, "I wonder what we are having for dinner. What was I supposed to do before going home? Why did the boss stare at me in that way this morning anyway? I've got to get another publication. What should I write about? Boy, that show was really exciting last night." Each of us has our own little discourse going on almost constantly, and, as I just witnessed, it is not so easy to turn it off. However, for now, the only essential thing is that each of us be able to watch this conversation taking place and to realize that there is this voice that prevents us from entering into inner silence. Some of us are so used to hearing the voice perpetually rattle that we have become completely identified with it. Thus, we go inside with, "It is quiet in here." Of course, it is always quiet in here. What is he talking about? A voice. There is no voice talking in here. Well, needless to say, that is the voice talking. Our next step, now that we have segregated the voice, is to realize that it provides us with the common ground on the mental plane upon which to begin our search. The voice is certainly not part of the world of physical matter. But first, if it is to serve us effectively, we must be sure that we all see the voice from a particular perspective. Think of the voice only as the mechanism through which the thoughts express themselves, analogous to the physical mechanism of the vocal cords, tongue, and mouth through which we make sounds on the physical plane. This physical unit is completely distinct from the messages that we send through it in that it is not any particular thing that is said. Rather, these physical mechanisms are merely the sound-making system through which all things are said, be they kind, nasty, smart, or dumb. It is essential that we see the voice of the mental plane in the same light. There is definitely talking going on in there, and it is not being done through our physical voice mechanism, nor is it being heard through the physical ears. It must therefore be sent and received by the use of some mental counterpart to our physical voice and ears. Thus, we can look at the voice as just a noise-making mechanism on the mental plane through which various thoughts are able to express themselves. At this point, some very interesting questions arise that are worthy of extensive consideration in times of contemplation. Such things as who is talking and who is he talking to? If I am a conscious system, why do I have to talk to myself? Light will be shed on these questions, as well as many others, as we proceed with our tour of the mental plane. The first thing to be noticed now that we have segregated the voice and are able to objectively watch it talk is that we have found the perfect guide to the mental realm. The voice is well suited for this function for various reasons. First, there can be no doubt that it does exist on the mental plane. Second, we all have a voice and can easily get onto common ground with it. And finally, the voice itself is intrinsically neutral. Some of our voices may talk about food, others may intellectualize, and still others may constantly reminisce. These are differences in our personalities. But the mechanism through which these ideas express themselves, for example, the voice, is neutral and common to all of us. Therefore, since we all have a mutual friend on the mental plane, let us see if he can aid us in untangling the chaos up there. The first step in this direction is to categorize the various subjects upon which the voice generally talks, with the aim of finding the more common aspects of the mental plane within all of us. For example, one subject that the voice spends a fair amount of time rapping about is needs, wants, and desires. I'm hungry. I want to eat. I'm cold. I want a sweater. It's raining. I want to go inside. I want a new car. I want to go to Europe. I want. If we all spent a day just watching our little friend chatter, we would be amazed at the number of demands he makes. However, for the purposes of our analysis, we must break down this area even further. The first three wants in the above group are easily distinguished from the other two. The former are, to some extent, basic bodily needs. The latter fall into a category of wants or desires. And there is a large distinction between needs and wants. What must be done now is to similarly analyze each topic upon which the voice converses in order to construct a framework of the mental plane useful for our model of man, the ID and the superego. One very interesting and useful manner of carrying out this analysis of the mental plane is to personify each homogeneous group of thoughts that express themselves through the voice. For example, quite distinct from the two groups separated above, we have the following. I ought not to do that. I should help Aunt Tilda. I should advance my educational status. What would my wife say? Obviously, we all have our own unique variations of the above, with the emphasis being more or less predominant in the daily topics of the voice, and nonetheless, we all spend a fair amount of time listening to this type of thought. And this fellow, who is talking through the voice, has a totally different personality than the one who is always reminding us of our bodily needs. In fact, the two often dispute with one another right before our eyes. I'm cold. I need a jacket. You ought to wait until you pay off your bank loan. Wow, look at that pretty suede parka. I want that one. You know you can't afford that. You have to take little Johnny to the doctor this month. We are all familiar enough with this type of thought pattern, which can go on internally for days at a time. So we have seen that there are clearly different personalities that use the voice, for it is certainly the same mental sound mechanism that transmits both sides of the above argument. If we decided to give names to each of these personalities, we would find that, at least roughly, the task had already been done by an earlier student of the mental plane. As we have all studied, Freud broke the conscious mind into three major parts: the ID, the ego, and the superego. There is, however, no attempt being made here to argue that what we loosely group as the various personifications based upon watching the voice talk are exactly what Freud meant by his lines of demarcation. In fact, there is no indication in any of Freud's works that he entered and toured the mental plane by means of the voice. However, since what we are already discovering on our tour is obviously related to what Freud described, it seems fruitful to accept his nomenclature whenever possible. The first personality, which was elaborated in the example on page 20, is that aspect of the voice, which is always talking about basic bodily needs, the I'm tired, I'm hungry, I'm hot aspect of ourselves. We shall call him ID. The ID is the representative of the physical body on the mental plane. He is concerned with the basic drives of food, clothing, shelter, and sex, as well as physical survival and territorial possession. As will be seen shortly, many of our thoughts that present themselves as being basic needs are not really basic, and thus are not representative of ID. They are better attributed to another personality. Nevertheless, we are all quite well acquainted with ID, and if we are observant, especially when the body is under stress conditions like extreme hunger, cold, or danger of survival, we can clearly see his personality as being distinct from those that follow. We turn now to the second personality, the should, ought to, have to aspect, which Freud labeled the superego. Whereas Freud defined the superego as the ego ideal, that form of behavior that would make us what we think we should be, for the purposes of our analysis, we shall define the superego as society's representative on the mental plane. Of course, these concepts of the superego are quite congruous since it is society, as embodied in the family, peer groups, mores, and folkways, that determines our ego ideal. The superego is perhaps the easiest personality to segregate and observe, since it is here that the seeds of guilt are planted. It is generally he who judges our actions and our thoughts. For this reason, we most naturally distinguish him from the we, who are doing the actions and having the thoughts. In fact, most of us, if we try, can actually separate which of the major influences in our social lives played the greatest part in molding our superego's personality. Some of us hear our father's values talking, others hear the values of our mother, brother, husband, wife, preacher, etc. Most commonly, however, it is a combination of all of these, some of which predominate under certain conditions, e.g., mother over sex life, father over career, and so on. Furthermore, the types of things that our superego says through our voice generally tend to change as we grow older and become affected by different influences. However, many of us do go through life with one constant, predominant theme coming through, one that usually finds its roots in childhood experiences. Thus, some of us live at the mercy of constant, guilt-generating thoughts that judge many of our actions, thoughts, and emotions. The ego. The two former personalities to whom we all play host, the ID and the easiest personality to segregate and observe, since it is here that the seeds of guilt are planted. It is generally he who judges our actions and our thoughts. For this reason, we most naturally distinguish him from the we who are doing the actions and having the thoughts. In fact, most of us, if we try, can actually separate which of the major influences in our social lives played the greatest part in molding our superego's personality. Some of us hear our father's values talking. Others hear the values of our mother, brother, husband, wife, preacher, etc. Most commonly, however, it is a combination of all of these, some of which predominate under certain conditions, for example, mother over sex life, father over career, and so on. Furthermore, the types of things that our superego says through our voice generally tend to change as we grow older and become affected by different influences. However, many of us do go through life with one constant, predominant theme coming through, one that usually finds its roots in childhood experiences. Thus, some of us live at the mercy of constant, guilt-generating thoughts that judge many of our actions, thoughts, and emotions. The ego. The two former personalities to whom we all play host, the ID and the superego, are quite easy to recognize, to stand back from, and to observe. However, the third of the fearsome threesome ego is considerably more difficult to tie down. Yet, if we move forward slowly, being sure to follow the analysis at each step, then we can surely succeed. To begin with, there is one aspect of ego that is quite readily observable, that of wants and desires. I will look handsome in that shirt, I want it. She is pretty and very popular, and I want to have an affair with her. Harry eats steak every night. I want to eat steak too. The voice in this situation is quite distinct from the ID, which talks about basic bodily needs. There is not urgency, the primal animal drive, involved here. Ego is a more sophisticated fellow than ID. Furthermore, in this affluent society, most of us listen only to ego-demanding things, since, in general, all of our basic needs are well satisfied. If we bother to pay close attention to the voice over a considerable span of time, we will find that there are almost constantly thousands of demands being placed upon us by ego. These demands are of two basic types. The first demands things that will satisfy what the ego wants for the body, and the second demands actions that are quite easy to recognize, stand back from, and observe. However, the third of the fearsome threesome, ego, is considerably more difficult to tie down. Yet, if we move forward slowly, being sure to follow the analysis at each step, then we can surely succeed. To begin with, there is one aspect of ego that is quite readily observable, that of wants and desires. I will look handsome in that shirt, I want it. She is pretty and very popular, and I want to have an affair with her. Harry eats steak every night. I want to eat steak too. The voice in this situation is quite distinct from the ID, which talks about basic bodily needs. There is not urgency, the primal animal drive, involved here. Ego is a more sophisticated fellow than ID. Furthermore, in this affluent society, most of us listen only to ego-demanding things, since, in general, all of our basic needs are well satisfied. If we bother to pay close attention to the voice over a considerable span of time, we will find that there are almost constantly thousands of demands being placed upon us by ego. These demands are of two basic types. The first demands things that will satisfy what the ego wants for the body, and the second demands actions that will directly satisfy his own ego. In the first case, we hear such things as I want a mink coat. I want lobster thermometer. I need a new hairdo. And in the second case, we witness the voice saying, I need someone to talk to. I'm lonely. I want to get this article just right so that they will all know how smart I am. These types of thoughts are quite familiar to us. In fact, they make up a good portion of the daily activity of the inner voice. Nevertheless, if we were to ask which of these inner culprits has the floor most of the time, we would get a variety of answers, mostly divided between ego and superego. But this is only because we have not yet revealed the full, true nature of our friend's ego. If we begin by noting that, in a purely objective sense, the universe is composed of an infinite expansion of space, then our thoughts must be free to be directed toward an infinite variety of topics. Yet, the truth of the matter is that some 99% of our thoughts are concerned with solely that one infinitesimally small area of space that is taken up by our own bodies, thoughts, and emotions. Where shall I go? What will he think of me? Can I walk that far? Why did I say that? That is my car. I want to read a book. 3 years ago today, I was in Europe. Next year, I hope to be a supervisor. I hate him. I think I am smarter than her. I'm scared. All thoughts of this type are concerned with what has happened, is happening, or will happen to that minuscule part of the universe, which is composed of one body, one set of emotions, and one pattern of thoughts. This is ego fully exposed. Can there now be any doubt about who has the floor most of the time? At this very moment, as we stop reading for a few seconds, the voice can be heard saying, "Why am I reading this? How will it affect my life? What will I do tonight?" It is essential at this point that the necessary effort be expended in order to listen to the voice when the ego is speaking through it. For it is here that the problem of identification becomes very difficult to surmount. Most of us are so used to having this type of ego thought going on inside of our heads all day long, day after day, that we are totally identified with it. Instead of listening to it, as we can easily do with ID or superego, we generally be it. But most of us have already seen that with some applied willpower, we can objectively observe ego talking just as readily as either of the other personalities. In fact, continuing to read further will be fruitless until this little exercise is successfully carried out. And if now any of us have anything going on inside, I can't do this. How can I watch? It is me he's talking about. That is the voice. And that is exactly what you should be observing. Finally, now that we have been introduced to our three main personalities who express themselves through the voice, perhaps the best way to separate them even more clearly is to watch them argue amongst themselves. Setting. We are standing in front of a clothing store in the dead of winter. And I'm freezing. I need a sweater. Ego, boy, that's a pretty one. Mary will love me for that. Superego. You know you can't afford that. Be more practical. Ego. It's just as important to look nice as to be warm. If I'm going to get anywhere in this world, I have to impress others. ID. Boy, it's really cold. I'm going inside. The intellect, the memory, and the power of visualization. The three personalities discussed above account for a good portion of the voice's activity. However, there is still a considerable range of topics listened to each day that are yet to be analyzed. For example, the businessman may find his voice saying, "We grew 22% last year. This year, we have 4 new supervisors and $10,000 and in new machinery. Sales are high due to booming business conditions, so we ought to project about a 30% increase for the coming year." Copyright, Resonant recording. And this line of thought is certainly not directly characteristic of either the ID ego or superego as we have defined them in the preceding pages. What we need to do is recognize that in the conscious mind there are certain tools at our disposal. These tools have no personality in and of themselves. They are intrinsically neutral, much like the painter's brush which expresses the loan of whoever uses it. One of these tools, the one demonstrated in the above example, is the intellect. The intellect is like a computer. When we have an analytical problem, we go to the intellect for an analysis that will present us with different logical facets of a solution. Just as is true with our physical tool, the body, some of us have more sophisticated tools on the mental plane. However, as with our physical tools, our mental tools can be trained and improved with proper use and guidance. In fact, the entire structure of our educational system, especially prior to some of the new personality development concepts that are being introduced, has been almost totally aimed at developing this one mental tool, the intellect. However, even after we recognize the presence of this mental computer and realize that it too sends its answers through the voice, we still have some unexplained thought groups. For example, when we were young, she used to say, "The boss said to check the mail, pay the secretary, and what else?" She was 5'3" tall, 100 pounds, blonde. The combination was 10 left, 23 right. Here again, this type of thought is not especially indicative of the ID, ego, or superego, nor is it the workings of the intellect. Rather, it is an example which reveals the presence of another mental tool which is at our disposal, the memory. As with the intellect, the memory also is intrinsically neutral and has no personality. Like a library, the memory reflects the characteristics of whomever goes inside to get the desired information. A political radical can go into a library and come out with leftist books, while an English professor is apt to come out with novels. Similarly, there is a large body of information being stored on the mental plane, and depending upon who is searching for an answer, the memory will speak about different things at different times. And most importantly, as we are all able to directly observe daily, the memory generally sends the desired information to us via the voice. Now the question naturally arises: if the intellect is like a computer, intrinsically neutral and only operating because someone goes to it with a problem, and if the memory is like a library, neutral and needing someone to desire information before anything happens, who, then, is requesting all of this information that keeps coming from the intellect and memory through the voice of? There must be some energy source that sets these mental tools into operation, just as is necessary with any tools in the physical world. What we find is that the motivating drive that we are seeking comes directly from the particular desires of our three friends, ID, ego, and superego. For example, when the ego is in a tight spot, he can run to memory and slash or intellect for defense. We see this in the following situation. You are talking with your wife and her newly revealed boyfriend. A question is posed to you, the answer to which you should know, but do not. The ego frantically goes to memory, and all sorts of information begin to fill your head. But ego does not find any satisfactory answer. To say that he did not know the answer, he would rather die than lose face. So ego goes to intellect, who begins to espouse a very logical-sounding, circumventing answer. If you get challenged on your response, which you well know is incorrect, your ego demands that you defend the answer anyway. So intellect is called upon again, and you get in deeper and deeper. Of course, ego also goes to memory and intellect for legitimate reasons. In fact, when we are asked a question, or when we ask one of ourselves, it is generally our ego that goes to the library and to the computer in order to find an answer. To test this, all we need to do is perform the following experiment. We are in a situation where we want to have those around us think highly of us. A question is asked, and we are well prepared with a quite impressive answer. Now, if we wish to clearly see who desires to answer that question, and, thus, who did the work in preparing the answer, simply command the physical voice to utter the words, "I do not know the answer." If we can even manage to get these words out, the resulting squirming and incessant complaining that prevail within our heads is ego, fully exposed. In fact, many of us who do attempt to carry out the above experiment will find it literally impossible to execute while on the battlefront of everyday existence. It takes a great deal of willpower to say, "I don't know," for ego is quite eager to answer as quickly and impressively as possible, and has probably never before been challenged to do otherwise. The superego also uses the tools of intellect and memory to impose his particular value system. This can be seen in the following argument between ego and superego. Ego: I will be very popular in that new car. I want it. Superego: you can't afford a car. Be practical. Ego using intellect: I get $400 in a month. $100 and goes into rent. $50 and goes for food and clothing. That leaves $100 and free for payments. Superego using memory: remember the last time you bought something on time? You got sick, couldn't work, and they repossessed it. Ego using memory: but the new union work contract states full compensation will be paid for illness and disability. And it says, I can't get fired for 5 years. So, I'm fairly safe. Superego using intellect: but that $400 in a month is gross salary. With 5% withholding and 5% Social Security, that is $40 and less, leaving only $360 and so we have, let's see, $360 and minus $300 and only $60 and left over. And haircuts are $2 and a month. Laundry is $10 and gas for the car would be. This whole business sounds quite familiar to all of us, and now that we have separated out the individuals involved and the tools at their disposal, it becomes clear what is really going on. Finally, we note that ID also has access to the two mental tools. In times of danger, most of us have experienced frantically grabbing onto memory or intellect for a course of action. Sometimes ID is so desperate that the ensuing answers are all jumbled and thinking becomes foggy. At other times, he merely follows his animal instinct and dispenses with thinking altogether. Even more interesting are the times of extreme emergency, when a state of absolute clarity of mind is reached, and action takes place almost as if directed from a higher level of consciousness. But this is not an ID, it is a form of higher consciousness, which we shall deal with in Chapter 4. The important point here is that if we watch our voice, when intellect or memory is on the microphone, we must ask ourselves, who is it that desires to know the information coming through ID, ego, or superego? In general, and especially among academicians, intellect and memory are very good friends of the ego. In fact, many of us observe the voice talking all day as though it were presenting a paper or giving a lecture, as though the audience were right there. This is especially true prior to the time the actual event occurs. Employing our analytical model, we call this a pure ego-intellect chain, since it is ego who cares how well the paper or the lecture is received. Now that we are able to state that between ID, ego, and superego, directly using the voice, and these various personifications using the mental tools of intellect and memory, we have analyzed the vast majority of the voice's subject matter on any given day. Before going on, however, if we wish our analysis of the conscious mind to be complete, we must recognize that there is another means besides the voice through which thoughts can express themselves. This is the mental power of visualization. If ego wishes to make himself feel good, instead of telling us a thought story about how successful he will be via the voice, he can show us a movie of his daydream. This also holds true for the ID and superego, as well as the messages sent from intellect and memory. We can relive a past experience via silent visualization, and this ability to hold complicated analytical models in our mind's eye can save the intellect 1,000 words. Of course, simultaneous usage of the two channels is quite common. But for the purposes of our model, the voice will continue to be our main interest, since everyday ego thoughts are generally transmitted via this mode. Thus, as depicted in Figure 1 below, we see that there are two means by which we, the conscious receiver, are made cognizant of thoughts, through the voice and through visualization. Almost all of the activities of the voice fit into 5 main groups: ID, ego, superego, intellect, and memory. Since intellect and memory are merely mental tools, we find that it is either the ID, ego, or superego who is using the tools at a given moment. Summary of the mental plane. Now that the voice has taken us on our first tour of the mental plane and has introduced us to the 3 personifications, personalities, and their tools that dwell thereon, we must return to the basic reason we entered the mental plane in the first place: to find the you, that part of man that lives in and has control over the body. What we found were certain personalities and tools that interacted amongst themselves and, in total, combined to make up the conscious mind of man. But do we these mental personalities, either separately or in their interacting states? Where ID and superego are concerned, we can all quite readily see that we are not. If we can watch them interact through the voice, how can we be them? If we are able to step back and objectively observe a thing, then clearly we must do something other than that thing. Granted, it does take some time and practice to be able to remain totally unaffected by what the ID and superego are saying. But the fact that such a state can be achieved is sufficient evidence that something higher does exist. What about ego? Is it ego, the I consciousness that sits back and observes? How can it be when, as shown above, we can step back and observe ego speaking through the voice? This state is far more difficult to achieve and maintain, since we are much more identified with our ego than with either of the other personalities. Yet, an excellent opportunity for each one of us to see just how distinct from the ego we really are is to refuse to defend the ego when he is demanding defense. Interesting enough, when we do not allow ego to express his defense outwardly, he usually continues to say inwardly all that would have been said had we permitted him to do so. But we can calmly sit back and observe ego's whole melodrama, and each time we do this, we are strengthening our supremacy over him. So we see that we can not only step back and watch ID, ego, and superego operating through the voice, but we can also fully control each of them despite their incessant objections sent through the inner voice. This sort of freedom of action is surely not available to one who maintains an identity with ID, ego, and superego, and clearly, neither are we an identity with our mental tools of intellect and memory. These are things that we possess, things we can objectively watch in operation, and can consciously set into and out of operation at will. The fact that some of us have allowed these tools to have free rein over us for so long that silencing them becomes a difficult task is unfortunate, but irrelevant to this discussion. Most of us have at least a little control over them. This is sufficient to show us the potential of bringing these habit-run tools back under conscious control. So it appears that we must resume our search for the you who is distinct from and has potential control over both the body and the component parts of the conscious mind. Before doing this, however, let us have a final look at our relationship with the conscious mind. We have stated that the ID ego and superego are personifications, different personalities, that dwell on the mental plane. And we have briefly seen that each one has his own characteristics and attributes. What becomes interesting to do now is to categorize a person's personality according to which of the three personifications are dominant within that mind. For example, looking at ID, we see a personality that is very animalistic in nature, blunt, demanding, innately aggressive, and directed mostly by a survival drive. The superego is a bit more refined. His specific traits vary in relation to the inputs that created him. In general, however, we can say that the superego is rather conservative and has a fixed value system that is very slow to change. Further, he is always judging behavior and thoughts in order to pass verdicts, which yield either a sense of guilt or elation. But these two personalities are generally of minor significance compared to ego. Ego is generally proud, jealous, defensive, competitive, selfish, insecure, lustful, and greedy, to name just a few. But above all, he is quite literally self-conscious. That is, conscious of himself. Analysis of the emotional plane. It is interesting to note that the list of adjectives that we have just used to describe ego is also the list of words we use to express many of our emotions. Pride, jealousy, insecurity, guilt, self-consciousness, etc. are all emotions that we feel at various times. Yet, we have seen that ego exists on the mental plane, the plane of thought. How then is it that emotions are so closely allied with him? To begin with, we must see that emotions are another example of things that obviously exist, but do not exist in the realm of matter. We all feel emotions, and we do so without the use of our 5 physical senses. We can be totally lost in thought, completely incognizant of our bodies, yet we can have our emotions rapidly moving from one feeling to another. In other words, our emotions can be directly linked to our thoughts without any necessary stimuli from the physical world. But we can also experience emotions without thoughts. Many times, things happen in the outside world that directly have an emotional effect on us even before we begin to think about them. For example, we can look at a loved one and melt into the feeling of love without the voice saying anything. In fact, when the voice starts, the pure emotion often stops. Thus, we see that emotions themselves are neither physical nor mental. Plain, though they can be affected by each. The actual emotion exists on a plane between the two, on a level that we shall call the emotional plane, also referred to as the astral plane. The first step in our analysis of the emotional plane, and the most important one, is to realize that you are not your emotions. But here again, we are faced with a problem of identification, since emotions have a major claim on our attention and provide the impetus behind most of our actions. Nevertheless, we all have, at some point in our lives, found it necessary to rise above a particular emotion because circumstances were not conducive to its fulfillment. In fact, we are forced to control our emotions to some extent every day just to be able to live comfortably in a social environment. So, as with the body and mind, we again implicitly see the presence of a higher agent who is distinct from and has control over the emotional aspect of our being. To see this dichotomy even more clearly, give some thought to these questions. Am I my emotions, or am I the receiver or feeler of my emotions? And if I am the receiver of my emotions, what is the mechanism by which emotional sensations are sent to me? When we dealt with the physical plane, we handled the latter question by saying that the 5 physical senses of sight, touch, smell, hearing, and taste provide the relay system between you and physical objects of the outside world. Likewise, our 6th sense, the mind, is what allows us to become aware of objects on the mental plane, i.e., our thoughts. Following this mode of analysis, the senses for the astral plane, emotional plane, are our 7 psychic centers, which have their physical counterparts in the spine and in the brain of man. Since these centers do not exist on the physical plane, we cannot expect that Western medical science has done an in-depth analysis of them. However, the metaphysical literature of both the East and the West is sufficiently advanced in this area to be able to provide us with any information we might need. For our purposes, it will suffice to know the location of these centers and their position in relation to the organs and nerve plexuses of the physical body, with which they are generally associated. See Figure 3, next page. The 7 flower-like objects represent the chakras, and their Western names and positions are presented in Figure 2 above. Asterisk. It is the part of the body that these chakras play in sensing the messages from the emotional plane that causes us to feel certain emotions in different parts of the body. Thus, we often feel love and hate as a throbbing or a tightness in the heart, anger and insecurity as a tightness in the solar plexus, extreme anxiety and nervousness as sensations in the genitals, and fear as a tightness or lump in the throat. But just as we can learn to ignore or turn off our physical senses and to control our thoughts, so, too, can we learn to regulate our emotional sense centers. What is most important for the construction of our model is that this ability to regulate our senses clearly shows the existence of a you, which is distinct from all 3 physical, astral, emotional, and mental centers, as well as from the objects of sense perception present in each plane. This can be more clearly seen in Figure 4 above. We have here our first look at the thus far completed model of man. Beginning with the physical plane, we see that the animal self consists of the human body, which, along with its other functions, houses the 5 physical senses. It is by these means that awareness of an outside world of matter is transmitted to the higher levels of man within. This relay system from the sense mechanism to the conscious receiver is depicted by the vertical dotted lines. The next level of man's consciousness above the animal self is what we shall call the psychical self. This is the combination of those aspects of man that are on both the astral, emotional, and mental planes. So here we have the part of man with which most of us are so highly identified, and which Freud saw as the total person, the ID-ego-superego interaction complex, and the mental tools of the intellect and memory. Add to this the emotions, and we have that aspect of man that we generally call his personality. It is the relative strengths of the ID, ego, and superego, combined with the corresponding emotional aspects that compose our varying personalities. We use the term corresponding emotional aspects for the following reasons. The nature of our thoughts greatly influences our emotions at any given moment. Yet, it is also true that our emotions play a major role in determining our thoughts. For example, if something happens on the physical plane that causes fear, this emotion generally stimulates thoughts of fear on the mental plane. These thoughts of fear, in turn, become the primary stimuli for a continued emotion of fear, and so on. There is a perpetual interaction between the mental and emotional aspects of man. And it is for this reason that our description of the ego also turns out to be our predominant emotional traits. But, as is shown in Figure 4, we are neither an identity to our thoughts nor an identity to our emotions. Rather, our emotional feelings are formed on the astral plane and are relayed to us, the conscious receiver, by means of the 7 chakras. We are made conscious of our predominant thought patterns, which are created on the mental plane with the aid of the proper sense mechanism, the mind. Thus, we see that our personality, the psychical self, is merely a mask that we wear, a costume that is composed of a stable set of emotions and a corresponding matrix of thoughts. Before moving on to the spiritual self, however, there is one more essential point to be made concerning our relationship with our animal and psychic selves. It is clearly seen that if we surgically hampered the operation of the 5 senses, then we would no longer be able to receive messages from the physical world. In fact, if the severing of the nerves were sufficiently thorough, you would never again have your attention distracted by the physical world, and all consciousness would be centered on the astral and mental planes. If we wished to free our consciousness even further, however, the same technique could not be employed since, unlike our sensory nerve system, our astral and mental senses are not on the physical plane. However, just as it is possible to go to sleep or to get lost in thought and thus to remove our consciousness from the physical senses without surgery, it is also possible, via applied willpower, to cease receiving messages from the higher senses. The techniques available for attaining this state of consciousness are quite varied, but in general, they all fall under the heading of meditation. Thus, meditation is the art of withdrawing one's consciousness so that no messages are received from either the physical, astral, emotional, or mental planes. Figure 5, next page, diagrammatically shows us the effects of meditation. In much the same way as surgery of the sensory nerves blocks conscious reception of physical stimuli, silencing the voice hampers the reception of thought patterns present on the mental plane. In both cases, the objects of sense, as well as the sensory organs themselves, are left undisturbed. But with the transmission mechanisms inoperative, the conscious receiver never has his attention distracted by stimuli from either plane. This being the case, the question naturally arises as to what we are conscious of if we are no longer conscious of our body, emotions, or thoughts. This question is the subject of the next section. Copyright Resonant Read Recording. Man's true nature, the spiritual self. Our model of man, as presented in Figure 4, page 34, has thoroughly analyzed both the animal and psychical aspects of our being. Seeing that we are not an identity with either, we are left to analyze a higher you, the part of man which is conscious receiver of all physical, emotional, and thought stimuli. In beginning this task, we note that the most important characteristic of the higher self is that of consciousness. This quality is obviously requisite if the role of conscious receiver of all sense messages is to be attributed to this aspect. Furthermore, if consciousness were not a characteristic of the spiritual self, how then could objective observation of the voice be possible? This being the case, we are now ready to address ourselves to the question of the relationship between this quality of consciousness and the other aspects of man which we analyzed earlier. For example, could we say that the physical body, as an entity in and of itself, is conscious? Certainly, when it is stuck with a pin, we quickly become aware of it. We are conscious of pain. But it is also true that if we apply sufficient willpower, we can actually become insensitive to the stimulation. If the body itself were conscious, could we at will so remove consciousness from it? Furthermore, When we go to sleep, the body again loses the characteristics of consciousness, even though its physical aspects remain basically unaltered. What we see from all of this is that it is you, rather than the body, who is conscious. And this you can not only focus its awareness on specific parts of the body, it can also become at will so conscious of inner thoughts that all awareness, consciousness, of the body is lost. Thus, we conclude that the only manner in which the body is able to become conscious is when you become conscious of the body. During times of deep thought and in sleep, you are not conscious of the body, therefore, the body loses the quality of consciousness. Of course, this is all as it should be. Medical science has long known the elemental make-up of the physical body, yet we do not generally consider these physical elements of matter as being conscious in and of themselves. Why then, when they are combined and shaped so as to assemble the human body, would they all of a sudden miraculously become conscious? They do not. We become conscious of them. But what happens when our attention ceases to be fully held at the physical level? Where does consciousness go? Generally, it becomes centered on the astral and mental planes. Thus, we become more aware of emotions and thoughts. For example, when we drift off into thought, our consciousness is being captured by a particular sequence of thought patterns on the mental plane. Similarly, when we get hung up on our emotions, our awareness is being held on the astral level by overpowering emotional vibrations. There is actually a trade-off occurring as to how much consciousness is distributed between the three planes at any given moment. But at this point in our analysis, what is most important for us to note is that neither our emotions nor our thoughts intrinsically display the quality of consciousness. Rather, as was the case with the animal self, the psychical self's claim on consciousness is based solely upon the fact that we are in the habit of being conscious of him. Thus, we conclude that consciousness is the quality of the spiritual self alone, and awareness of all else in the physical, astral, emotional, and mental planes is done from this center. Having finally sorted out the true relation between the three aspects of man, it is now possible to give a formal definition for ego, something which was neglected earlier. Stepping back for a moment, we have acknowledged that ID is the physical body's representative on the mental plane. That is, the actual elemental substances of the body have certain needs for their basic maintenance, and ID is responsible for making sure that we become conscious of these needs. Furthermore, we have said that superego is society's representative on the mental plane, for example, the aspect which holds our consciousness to the thought patterns which have been impressed upon us by the various social relationships throughout our lives. Now we are able to see that ego is the direct result of the spiritual self, the consciousness, being under the delusion of identification with the body, emotions, and thoughts. When consciousness, which has no specific limits, spends most of its time in awareness of the body, emotions, and thoughts, it begins to identify with them. The result is the concept of I. Thus, the I, which we all use so often, refers to the consciousness of one body, one set of emotions, and one matrix of thoughts. From this perspective, it is not hard to understand how we come to find ourselves, by force of habit, rather than by an act of will, in a fixed state of ego consciousness. But is there even a higher state of consciousness available to us? Where does consciousness flow when it is fully removed from distractions of the body, emotions, and thoughts? It is in addressing these questions that we reach a very difficult phase in our theoretical analysis. For to totally remove consciousness from the mental plane means to abandon not only ID, ego, and superego, but also intellect and memory, and it becomes impossible to share a logical argument without the intellect to structure the chain of thought, or the memory to provide a frame of reference upon which to create and evaluate the basic premises. All that we can logically say at this point is that if the state of consciousness of something exists, then there must also be in our universe the potential state of pure consciousness, for instance, prior to identification with or attraction to anything else. To use an analogy, if we can see a light shining on a car, a light shining on a field, or a light shining on a street, then there must be such a thing as a light, which can become focused on certain objects. Or, if we have water in a glass, water in a stream, water in a tub, and so on, then there is such a thing as water, which can be placed in these various containers. Likewise, consciousness can focus on a body, or on any other physical objects, on emotions, or on tape. From this we can conclude that there is such a thing as consciousness, which remains the same regardless of what it is focused upon. And we can all enter into this state of pure consciousness, though it may involve a large amount of training. In this state, one is conscious only of one thing, being conscious. The words "I am" have often been used to describe this state. The only alternative is "I am not," and if you were not, there would not be any intuitive awareness of being. At this level of pure consciousness, one is not conscious of anything else in the universe, just that I am. This is the first step out of ego consciousness, the psychical self, and into higher states of consciousness, the spiritual self. Thus, we again conclude that spiritual man is pure consciousness. The use of the term higher in describing the spiritual self may seem to some a value judgment. However, all that is meant to be implied by the use of this adjective is this: from this center of pure consciousness we can, at will, direct our attention upon anything in the universe. Thus, both the animal self, body consciousness, and the psychical self, ego consciousness, exist only due to the fact that the spiritual self has become aware of these aspects of the universe. One body, one set of emotions, one matrix of thoughts, and not the converse. The spiritual self is the cause of consciousness in the body, while the body, per se, has nothing to do with the spiritual self, save his identification therein. The same relationship holds true for thoughts and emotions. In Chapter 4, we shall spend much more time considering the nature and the powers of the spiritual self. In Chapter 6, we shall address ourselves to the quite reasonable question: if this higher state of consciousness exists, and if man is capable of attaining it, then in all the annals of human history, is there any evidence of man having reached such a state? At this point, however, we have already completed our task for this chapter. We have built a rigorous model of man which is applicable to all men, no matter where or when they existed. Our model can explain the general similarities among men, and, just as readily, can account for the differences in their personalities and their levels of consciousness. In general, we are all able to personally support the validity of the model, since it has been unfolding by examining our everyday experiences of being men. Furthermore, additional support comes from the fact that our model is quite closely allied with results found by Sigmund Freud, even though he followed a method of research entirely different from our own. We have seen that our analysis not only covers the aspects of man which Freud analyzed, save the subconscious mind, which will be added shortly, but it also goes beyond the psychological self and reveals the necessary presence of a higher self, the spiritual self. Thus far, however, our entire analysis has been almost solely psychological in nature. In the next chapter, we shall broaden our scope by having a closer look at man and his relation to the rest of the universe, but we shall do so from the perspective of physics. Copyright Resonant recording. The search based upon physics. The physics behind the world of matter. The intent of this chapter is to expand our understanding of man by delving more deeply into the nature of the universe of which he is an intricate part. We shall carry out this task by looking to Western science in order that we might find a basic, simple model of the universe with which to compare our model of man. Here, however, we are solely interested in emphasizing the underlying similarities which exist, rather than covering the inexhaustible list of differences. Even so, it may seem to some a Herculean task to build a simple model of the universe. But, when viewed from the proper perspective, we shall see that simplicity is the very nature of all that surrounds us. Before beginning our analysis, however, we must be sure to keep in mind that an explanation of the underlying similarities of the entire universe must include not only all aspects of the physical plane, but also those aspects of the astral and mental planes as well. Since we all recognize thoughts and emotions, for instance, imagination, dreams, love, fear, etc., to be a part of our universe, it follows that they, too, must be included in our model. With this in mind, the first thing that we note is that Western science has spent most of its time analyzing the physical plane. Thus, this is the natural place to begin our search for universal similarities. And if we look from the proper angle, we can see that all aspects of this plane possess a basic, unifying property. For example, physics tells us that all matter, the entire physical plane, is composed of atoms. These atoms have the capacity to combine in innumerable ways to form the physical world around us. Thus, stars, planets, soil, water, air, fire, earthworms, and elephants all have this one thing in common. They are all composed of atoms of one type or another which have bonded together to form very specific molecular patterns. This fact certainly simplifies our analysis of the physical plane and clearly shows how a glance from the proper perspective can transform what is seemingly diverse and random into something homogeneous and ordered. In truth, even from this vantage point, there is still a great deal of heterogeneity remaining. Science has discovered at least 103 different structures of atoms, and there are sure to be many more revealed in the future. So we must look for an even more basic similarity underlying the entire physical plane. And a big step in this direction is to recognize that all atoms are composed of various combinations of electrons, protons, and neutrons. Thus, we are now able to state that the entire physical universe is composed of these component parts of the atom. Well, why stop here? Each time that we have stepped back and examined the composition of a thing, we have found behind it a more homogeneous set of building blocks. So, the logical question becomes, what is the composition of electrons, protons, and neutrons? In this manner, we eventually get back to the one, homogeneous building block from which all else in the world of matter flows. And this is energy, see Figure 6 above. This realization, that energy is the basic building block of the entire universe, was presented to the Western world by Albert *. Besides electrons, protons, and neutrons, there are other elementary particles, mesons, photons, and so, which have been discovered during high-energy radiation experiments. But these particles are finite in number, thus, they are easily incorporated into the context of our analysis. Einstein. The equivalency of matter and energy is expressed in his famous equation, E equals mc2. Since c2, the square of the speed of light, is a constant, then the two variables, energy and matter, hold a mathematically fixed relation to one another. The full implications of this relation are perhaps best stated by Lincoln Barnett in his book, The Universe and Dr. Einstein, a book endorsed by, and with a foreword written by Einstein himself. Prior to relativity, scientists had pictured the universe as a vessel containing two distinct elements, matter and energy, the former inert, tangible, and characterized by a property called mass, and the latter active, invisible, and without mass. But Einstein showed that mass and energy are equivalent. The property called mass is simply concentrated energy. In other words, matter is energy and energy is matter, and the distinction is simply one of a temporary state. But if all energy is alike indistinguishable, non-unique, how then does it become manifest as such an infinite array of objects? What is the process carried out upon, or by, the energy which causes it to appear differentiated? Unfortunately, we cannot look to Western physics for a definitive answer to this important question. We simply have not advanced far enough in the microcosmic area to have anything more than a variety of armchair theories. Therefore, in order to provide the bridge needed to span the gap between non-unique energy and the universe of physical matter, we shall draw upon the knowledge available to us not only from modern-day scientists, but also from the Eastern yogas and Western psychics, those with extrasensory perception. This latter group of participant observers use the word vibration to denote the process of the differentiation of the energy field. In fact, as will be shown in Chapter 6, the writers of both Eastern and Western religious doctrines also credit a vibration as being responsible for all aspects of creation. But whether we rely on the religious figures of the past or the scientists and psychics of today for our knowledge is not important. Nor is it important what name we use to describe this process of differentiation. What is important is that we acknowledge that a process does exist. Therefore, we shall use the word vibration throughout the remainder of this text to describe the process whereby energy becomes matter. Thus, for our purposes, the entire physical universe is the result of energy vibrating at different rates. The slower the vibration, the more gross the resultant matter, the higher the vibration, the more subtle, fine. To aid us in envisioning how this works, let us use an example from the field of chemistry. We were taught in high school that the observed difference between ice, water, and steam is due solely to the rate of movement of the H9O molecules. And the rate of movement of the molecules is, by definition, determined by the activity rate of the atoms composing the molecule. The atoms, in turn, can display greater activity only if the energy field behind them is in a more active state. So, for illustrative purposes, we can say that energy vibrating slowly yields ice, a solid, a higher vibratory rate yields water, a liquid, and energy vibrating at an even higher rate becomes steam, a gas. And this type of differentiation holds true for every single object on the physical plane. Thus, we see that the entire world around us is not really souled. It is energy vibrating at certain rates. It has the appearance of being solid only because of the relative rates of vibration between our bodies and all else. The molecules making up our hand are moving at a certain rate, and the molecules making up a table are moving at approximately the same rate. Both hand and table are of equal density, and therefore there is a great deal of resistance to the hand trying to penetrate and pass through the table. But if we were able to perceive the space between the molecules in the same ratio as we perceive the space between the planets in our solar system, there would appear to be no doubt as to whether the hand could pass through the table. Just consider the space between molecules, then the space between atoms within each molecule, and finally the space between electrons, protons, and neutrons within each atom. The reality of the situation is that every physical object, no matter how solid, is composed mostly of space, with only a tiny fraction of volume being actual matter, for instance, electron, protons, and neutrons. The factors causing the appearance of solidity are that the electrons around the atoms are all negatively charged, and the molecules themselves are tightly bonded together. Thus, when the atoms in the hand approach the atoms in the table, an electrical repulsion occurs, causing the two objects to appear to be solid and impenetrable. In contrast, we can more readily move our hand through water since higher energy rates of vibration mean looser molecular bonds. Thus, the electrical repulsion temporarily breaks the bonds between the water molecules, allowing the hand to pass through. Similarly, air yields but a minimum of resistance since its molecular rate of movement is even greater than that of water. What is more, there are actually some light rays, for example, X-rays and gamma rays, which can literally pass through our bodies, and we never even notice because their rate of vibration is out of the range of our senses. This last point leads us directly to the next step in our analysis. What we have seen so far is that the entire physical plane is merely energy vibrating within a certain range. And the truth of the matter is that this physical range of vibrations is not set by anything definite. It is solely defined by the limitation of our physical senses. For example, there are pitches, vibration rates, which are too high for our sense organs to receive, thus, they do not exist for us. In fact, for a long period of time, the only part of the universe which man accepted as real was that which was a manifestation of energy, vibrating within a specific, narrow range accessible to the physical senses. Today, however, science has developed instruments which are much more sensitive than our sense organs, and we are quickly awakening to the fact that just because our senses are incapable of receiving certain ranges of vibration, this does not mean that nothing is happening at these levels. Thus, the question arises as to what does exist at these higher rates of vibration. We shall see that there are three distinct sources of information available to us for this analysis. 1. We can look within ourselves to see if we have any cognition of things which are manifestations of energy, vibrating at higher rates than that of matter. 2. We can examine scientific research carried out in this area. And 3. We can turn to those who have extrasensory perception and have them relate to us what they can see. The physics of the astral plane. Perhaps the most relevant of these three sources of information is the first, since it invokes us all as data. We have already shown in Chapter 2 that there are many things which we are aware of which are not on the physical plane. Once we get beyond the rate of vibration, which we call matter, including all of its borderline aspects, we begin to enter into the astral plane. The astral plane is that range of energy vibrations which is above what is normally detectable by the five physical senses, but below the vibration rate of the mental plane. The objects in this plane with which we are most familiar are, of course, our emotions. Furthermore, as in the physical plane, there is an entire spectrum of vibration rates within the astral plane. For example, earthly emotions like fear, insecurity, and jealousy are lower rates of vibration than the higher emotions of love and devotion. And it is interesting to note that the former tend to drain us of energy and leave us down, while the latter raise our level of energy and bring us up. Thus, we are able to see the physics behind the psychology. And finally, as discussed earlier in Chapter 2, we note that the means of sensing these higher rates of energy vibration, which make up the astral plane, is through our 7 psychic centers, chakras. See Figure 3, page 33. Continuing the logical flow of the analysis, we conclude that thoughts must be of an even higher rate of vibration than that of emotions. The level beyond the astral plane is the mental plane. We make contact with this plane through the most finely tuned sensory organ of all, the mind. Undoubtedly, we are all greatly affected by thoughts, therefore, there should be no problem in personally relating to the existence of the mental plane. The fact that thoughts deal in very high vibration rates is evidenced by the fact that thinking, the creating and receiving of thoughts, requires a great expenditure of energy. We often find ourselves much more drained after strenuous mental activity than after an equal amount of physical labor. What we shall find is that the higher the plane of vibration on which we are operating, the greater the expenditure of energy. And as was the case with the other planes, there are different rates of vibration on the mental plane, the highest of these being concerned with the pure thoughts of love and devotion. However, most of us find it quite difficult to keep our thoughts positive throughout each day. Usually, they slip into worrying, egoing, and other negative aspects whenever we are not applying strong willpower to direct them otherwise. The reason for this being that it is easier to maintain a given, habit-formed vibration level than to raise ourselves to a higher plane of thought. Here again, we see the physics behind the psychology, that it literally takes energy to raise ourselves out of a state of depression. So far, we have explored the higher planes by examining our own personal experiences with them. This is certainly an important step in our analysis, since each one of us can at this point directly relate to the existence of such planes and note their characteristics. We turn now to evidence found by science via the use of the external method of research. It seems logical to assume that since these planes do exist, we should be able to detect them with some of the highly sensitive instruments which have been developed during the last few years. To begin with, physicists and parapsychologists have found that every single object on the physical plane emanates an energy aura. That is, completely surrounding any given object is a slow, which roughly approximates the shape of the object, and which projects well beyond its physical boundaries. These auras are active in that they are continuously moving, protruding beyond and contracting within their rough perimeter. They have also been found to possess definite, regular characteristics. The auras found surrounding inanimate objects, for example, are less active and less bright than those found in the plant kingdom. As we move into the higher kingdoms, colors in the auras vary between the various objects. In fact, it is not uncommon to have colors changing in accord with the emotional state of the being. Furthermore, these auras are always present, although at times they appear more active, intense, and colorful than at other times. So here we have at least one example of the exact sciences studying an aspect of the universe which is not wholly existent on the physical plane. Yet, in terms of the above analysis, what exactly are these auras? What we shall find is that they are our first scientific glimpse at that part of each object which exists on the higher planes. For just as man has a body on the physical plane, a set of emotions on the astral plane, and a matrix of thoughts on the mental plane, so, also, do all other objects express themselves on each plane to a greater or lesser extent. These auras which we are scientifically detecting are, in essence, our gateway into the astral realm. However, our instruments are generally not yet sensitive enough to pick up a large range of the vibrations. Thus, what we are seeing are just the borderline aspects. If we wish to delve more deeply into the subject, we must uncover another, more complete source of information. What has been continually emphasized throughout this and the previous chapters is that we, as men, are equipped with more senses than merely the 5 physical ones of sight, taste, hearing, touch, and smell. Furthermore, just as we can develop these lower senses through proper use and deep concentration, So can we also learn to develop our higher psychic senses? People who have expended the necessary effort to do so, as well as those blessed with this gift from birth, have developed the ability to see more of both the astral and mental planes than the average man. Therefore, it is only natural, especially in light of the recent widespread international scientific acceptance of such abilities, that we now turn to this source in order to shed light on the higher planes. Our means of tapping this third reservoir of information will be to call upon one of the most famous psychics of the century, Ani Besant. Besant, who was gifted not only with extremely well-developed extrasensory perception, but also with a very analytical mind, did a great deal of scientific research herself. Thus, the writings which she left provide us with an excellent source of practical information. The main text from which we shall draw is entitled Thought Forms, co-authored by C.W. Leabeater, another well-known psychic. We begin our journey onto the higher planes by means of the aura. As discussed above, this energy field does exist, as has been revealed by scientific instruments, and a psychic is able to clearly see these auras. What they tell us is that man's aura is a combination of both the astral and the mental energy vibrations. Just as man has a body on the physical plane made of energy vibrating at the rate which manifests as matter, so also does he have a body in both the astral and the mental planes. Man's astral body is composed of energy vibrating at the rate which becomes manifest on the astral plane, hereafter referred to as the elemental substance of the astral plane, and is considerably larger than the physical body. Likewise, the mental body is structured from the elemental substance of the mental plane, and is larger than either of the other two. The astral and mental bodies are less stable and less defined than the physical body because of the finer quality, higher vibration, of the elemental substance of each plane, much in the same manner as steam released into the air is less defined and more pervasive than either water or ice. Thus, we are told that it is these two higher bodies intermeshing with one another which form the energy aura scene surrounding man's physical body. Other characteristics of the aura, Besant explains, are that its size, intensity, and level of activity are directly associated with the quality and quantity of the individual's emotional and mental activity, both in the short and long run. Even more revealing than these factors, however, is the color differentiation. A gloomy, pessimistic, self-centered individual would have an aura of dark browns and grays. A highly optimistic, loving individual would emanate a pastel aura of blues and pinks. Furthermore, aside from the normal background color of the aura, color flushes immediately appear with any intense emotional thought or feeling. Thus, the aura actually depicts what is going on at any given moment on the emotional and mental levels. What is more, there is a constant interaction between the individual and his aura. That is, it is his various thoughts and emotions which originally create the aura, and this energy field remains and continues to affect him. For example, when we are not having our attention directed elsewhere, we know that we generally settle back into the same sort of emotional and thought patterns over and over again. The reason for this being that our psychic senses, the chakras in the mind, are picking up that part of the astral and mental planes closest to them. And to us, the pattern of emotions making up our astral body, as well as the matrix of thoughts which creates our mental body, are by far the most prominent aspect on each of the higher planes. Thus, these higher bodies are ready to grab our attention whenever it is not held on the physical level by willpower or actively centered on other thoughts and emotions. To illustrate this point, we know that if we find ourselves to be generally jealous in nature, we can rise above this with a determined mental effort. What must be risen above are our emotional and mental auras, which tend to keep our attention on habit-formed thoughts of jealousy. Once we realize that it is these energy patterns in the astral and mental planes which determine our normal personality, study of a few characteristics of these higher bodies becomes quite revealing. First, questions arise as to how auras are formed and how they can be altered. Quoting Besant and Leadbeater on this point, when a sudden wave of some emotion sweeps over a man, for example, his astral body is thrown into violent agitation, and its original colors are for the time almost obscured by the flush of carmine, of blue, or of scarlet, which corresponds with the rate of vibration of that particular emotion. This change is only temporary. It passes off in a few seconds, and the astral body rapidly resumes its usual condition. Yet every such rush of feelings produces a permanent effect. It always adds a little of its hue to the normal coloring of the astral body, so that every time that the man yields himself to a certain emotion, it becomes easier for him to yield himself to it again, because his astral body is getting into the habit of vibrating at that especial rate. Asterisk, and what we see incorporated in this simple quotation is the basis for a scientific explanation behind the gradual personality changes which occur throughout our lives. Another important aspect of these higher bodies is that they not only affect our inner thoughts and emotions, they also influence our relation with the world around us. Each man travels through space enclosed within a case of his own building, surrounded by a mass of the forms created by his habitual thoughts. Through this medium he looks out upon the world, and naturally he sees everything tinged with its predominant colors, and all rates of vibration which reach him from without are more or less modified by its rate. Thus, until the man learns complete control of thought and feelings, he sees nothing as it really is, since all his observations must be made through this medium, which distorts and colors everything like a badly made glass. So here we have the explanation as to why some people can always find the bright side of things, sort of like looking at the world through a rose-colored aura, while pessimists manage to view the same circumstance as totally gloomy. Furthermore, the last quotation is reminiscent of the story about a psychiatrist and one of his female patients. This particular person had been complaining that everyone around her was always in a bad mood and seemed very unfriendly. Her complaints continued until finally the doctor prescribed some tranquilizers for her use. After a few weeks of taking the medicine, she returned. The doctor asked her if she was feeling any better. Her reply was, "No, I feel the same, but everyone else seems to have become much more pleasant." Copyright Resonant recording. The physics of the mental plane. Any of us who have spent a fair amount of time observing the voice often become amazed at the wide diversity of things that it finds to talk about. And these thoughts certainly play a very prominent role in all of our lives, especially in the academic professions where, with no exaggeration, thoughts are actually worshipped. We pass much time skimming literature and talking among colleagues with the hope of stimulating a special thought. Once we have a thought which we feel is unique and worth working on, we spend untold amounts of time and energy nurturing it and developing it into presentable form. Then we write it up and reword it and rewrite it, and so on. And if the thought is really special, it even gets published so that others in the profession may share it. Important aspects of our lives, such as tenure, salary, and status, are determined by how many of these thoughts we have and how well we develop them. Furthermore, academicians are certainly not unique in this area. The same emphasis on thoughts holds true in the business world, in the creative world, in the scientific world, and in almost all others. With all of this emphasis placed upon having a thought, Why then is there no emphasis on the mechanics of how we have a thought? This query is expressed well in the following poem from one who is in the process of observing the voice. As I sit here and look around at all there is outside, there goes on inside my little head a stream of thoughts which won't reside. It used to be so plentiful that I thought that they were me, but now that I've slowed them down a bit, a higher self I clearly see. They say from fish to fowl to ape is how we all did come, but here's one thing that they never tell, and that's, where do thoughts come from? And it is to this question that we now turn. We shall expect the analysis to answer at least two important questions. How do thoughts pop into our heads? And why do some thoughts remain with us for long periods of time, even if we wish to be freed of them? Once again, the book, Thought Forms, provides the best source for our purposes. Resonant and Leadbeater give an interesting account of what they see occurring on the mental plane when someone has a thought. According to them, the idea behind the thought occurs prior to the formation of the thought and, in essence, forms the seed of the thought. Depending upon the type and intensity of the idea, the mental body begins to vibrate at a certain rate and thereby to emanate a certain color. Then a piece of the mental body actually breaks off or separates from the main aura and becomes an independent vibrating entity. In turn, this fragment attracts to itself elemental matter of the mental plane, which is vibrating at the same rate, much in the same way a magnet attracts metal filings from the surrounding area. The shape, rate of vibration, intensity, and color of the resulting entity, which is called a thought form, is determined by the nature of the original idea. This form not only exists and can be clearly seen and identified by those with properly developed senses. It is also true that many psychics looking at the same individual see the same thought form, down to its minutest detail. The truth of the matter is that we are all quite aware of thought forms, although we never really realized what they were. For example, every time that we mentally visualize an object, what we are actually doing is creating a thought form in the mental plane and then viewing it with the aid of the appropriate sense, the mind. In such cases, when we specifically set out to see a thought, for example, visualize it, we generally are fairly successful, although most of us cannot hold a mental image for prolonged periods of time. But when we are directing energy elsewhere, and thoughts are just automatically flowing, we are still creating the forms. We simply are not correctly channeling the necessary energy in order to see them. It is interesting to note that a person with well-developed psychic faculties can focus on the mental plane in our immediate area and see the exact same image which we ourselves are mentally visualizing at the moment. Resonant and Leadbeater go on to explain that the same process which occurs with each thought on the mental plane also occurs with each emotion on the astral plane. Since almost all of our thoughts, save pure intellectualization, are tinged with some emotion, the resulting form depicts aspects from both planes in much the same way as the overall aura is an intermeshing of both the astral and mental bodies. Resonant and Leadbeater go on to say that the main points concerning thought forms are as follows. 1. The greater the energy put into the specific thought, the more defined and lasting the thought form created. 2. These forms are capable of traveling over great distances, depending upon the amount of energy put into them. 3. These forms are always being received by those who come into the near proximity of them. Thus, we are now able to see that there are two manners in which thoughts pop into our heads. We either generate the thought from an idea originating within ourselves, or we merely receive thought forms which have already been created. The method of reception follows the same law of vibration we find on the physical plane. When we strike a tuning fork, All objects in the area capable of vibrating attempt to attain that same rate of vibration as the fork. Likewise, as discussed earlier, our mental and emotional bodies are merely energy vibrating at certain rates. Thus, when a thought form of a given rate of vibration comes into contact with our higher bodies, these bodies attempt to alter their normal vibrational rate to that of the external one. And if the received thought form is strong enough, that is, if it has enough energy, the original idea behind it can actually be conveyed to us. More commonly, however, the thought form is less well defined, and the only aspect transferred is a general slowing down or speeding up of the rate of vibration of the astral body. In this case, all that we become aware of is either a positive or a negative feeling. For example, when we walk into a room where sad, malicious, or generally low thoughts are predominant, no one has to say a word or give a look, we just begin to feel a heaviness in the air. This is the preliminary effect of the thought forms on our astral body. And if we were to spend enough time in such an atmosphere, we too would find ourselves thinking negative thoughts, thereby reinforcing the lower vibration of our higher bodies. On the other hand, and we have all experienced this, when we come into contact with a person or a group of people who are very peaceful and positive in nature, we begin to feel those qualities come over us. An individual who is at peace within emanates this vibration, and it affects everyone around him. So the often used modern expressions, "he gives off bad vibrations," or "I got good vibes in the meeting," are literally quite accurate. This is an aspect of life which has always been present, but most of us have totally neglected it. However, as the urgency for satisfying our basic needs of food, clothing, and shelter passes, our attention is freed to pay deeper mind to the more subtle aspects of our being. The current generation's vernacular and interests are clearly showing this evolution. Turning now to the second question which we propose to answer: why are some thoughts so hard to get rid of? We again discover some very consistent laws in operation on the higher planes. To begin with, those with astral vision tell us that once a thought form is created, it will remain in the vicinity of the individual to whom it is directed. Thus, if we have a thought purely about another person, the form will be directed towards and will hover around that person. Many people have often had the psychic experience of feeling that someone else had been thinking of them, only to find out later that it was true. In general, however, we allow all of this to pass us by, because we are not accustomed to closely watching our own thought patterns. More common than this type of thought, however, is the one concerning, and thus directed towards, ourselves. In this group we include all thoughts with self-directed emotional ties, especially all ID, ego, and superego type thoughts. The important principle here is that these thoughts remain with us for a period of time, directly related to the amount of energy which we put into them. Thus, if we dwell upon a thought, we are building a more and more intense thought form which soon becomes quite difficult to rid ourselves of. And the stronger the emotional feelings connected with the thought, the more it will be drawing energy from the astral level, as well as from the mental level. A thought form left unfed, however, will quickly dissipate due to a lack of the necessary energy to hold it together. Here the analogy of a magnet in the air and metal filings on the table is quite applicable. If we send electricity to an electromagnet, it attracts the metal filings, creating a form around the magnet. When we remove the electrical energy source, we find that the form dissipates and the filings fall away. If, however, we continuously send electricity through the magnet, the filings remain intact around it, and the form becomes stronger and stronger in proportion to the amount of energy it receives. In this case, when we try to dissipate the form by a short cut-off of the electrical flow, the residual magnetism is so strong that the form remains intact for some time. it takes a long time after the stoppage of the energy flow for all of the mental filings to fall away. Likewise, the more that we dwell upon a thought, both in terms of time and intensity, the more energy we are putting into the creation and preservation of the thought form. If we would rid ourselves of the thought completely, we must be able to control our minds to the extent that we can hold our attention elsewhere for prolonged periods of time. Thus, personality traits are difficult to alter because we have been feeding energy to this collection of thoughts for years, allowing them to become totally attached to our emotional energy flow. Once this emotional attachment occurs, even when we are not consciously dwelling upon the thought, it is receiving energy from the astral level. When this happens, the thought is very difficult to release. But such alterations in long-term, habit-formed thought patterns can be accomplished. What is required is to stop the energy flow into both the mental and the emotional aspects of the form. So we conclude that what we found in the previous chapter by way of psychology is even more clearly seen through the analysis of the physics of energy. Man is not his personality. His personality is nothing more than a collection of specific mental and emotional energy patterns, thought forms, which, due to the effects of habit, have come to surround him. Thus, as quoted earlier, Resonant says, each man travels through space enclosed within a case of his own building, surrounded by a mass of the forms created by his habitual thoughts. As a means of summarizing our analysis thus far, please refer to Figure 7, previous page. Beginning on the bottom right, we see that energy vibrating between A and B cycles per second is manifest as the physical world of matter. This includes all stars, moons, rocks, gases, waters, etc., as well as the representative of man on this plane, the physical body. As discussed earlier, it is the different vibratory rates between A and B which account for the different states of matter, that is, solid, liquid, and gas. Likewise, energy vibrating between B and C cycles per second is what composes the astral body, the particular characteristics of which are determined by the man's habitual and short-term emotional patterns. The range of vibrations within B and C accounts for the different types of emotions, with jealousy, revenge, and selfishness being of lower vibratory rates than the emotions of love, devotion, and compassion. The next higher range of energy vibrations, from C to D, is what makes up the mental plane. In this state, man has a mental body made of the elemental substance of this plane, and this body depicts the particular thought pattern which a man entertains at a particular time. Thus, this plane mirrors the balance between ID, ego, and superego, as well as any pure ideas which exist beyond the concept of self. Furthermore, on this plane man has at his disposal the mental tools of intellect and memory, in much the same way as he has arms and legs at his disposal on the physical plane. Again, the variations in vibratory rates between C and D are what account for the quality of thoughts in the mental realm. Figure 7 further shows us what different senses have been made available to man, in order that he be able to pick up this entire span of vibratory rates. First, we have the 5 physical senses which are programmed so as to be capable of receiving only the energy vibrations between A and B cycles per second. Then we must employ the 7 chakras in order to be receptive to the B to C range. Next, the mind is the sense which permits us to become aware of the energy vibrating at the higher rates of C to D cycles per second. In concluding this chapter, we note that throughout the text we have spoken of man as having a physical body, an astral body, and a mental body. We have further noted that man has to look through these veils in order to see the outside world. As a result, we naturally ask the question, who is man, or more properly, who are we? Who is the receiver of all of this? As in the last chapter, we have, through logic, reached the conclusion that there must be some higher self, some form of consciousness, which is an aspect of man beyond the animal and psychical selves. What, then, is the relation of our spiritual self to the homogeneous energy field which underlies all of creation? It is to this question that we shall address ourselves in the next chapter. Copyright Resonant Recording. Chapter 4. The exploration of the conscious, subconscious, and superconscious minds. How man controls the energy flow within himself. One question which we left unanswered in the previous chapter was how we as humans obtain the energy which we continually expend on the physical, emotional, and mental planes. Although the analysis is rather complex and will require the entire chapter, let us begin by taking a closer look at the physical plane alone. Every time that we move a physical object, we are expending energy. In fact, we could have a physicist calculate the weight of the object and the distance moved, whereupon he could easily tell us exactly how much energy was necessary in order to carry out the task. Thus, looked at in this light, we are forced to conclude not only that this amount of energy is made available to us, but also that we have sufficient control over directing it in order to be able to complete the desired action. And it is well to note that this holds true for all of our bodily movements, as well as for the movements of objects outside of ourselves. An arm has mass, and to move it a given distance by means of an external source requires a certain amount of energy. Obviously, to move the same mass from an internal source would necessitate using an equal amount of energy. Furthermore, it is the conscious you who has this ability to so direct the energy. For example, if you will that your right arm moves, pick up a chair, and take it somewhere, this action takes place. If while in the midst of this specific energy usage you will that you put down the chair being carried in your right hand and pick up another one with your left, you have, by means of will, rechanneled energy. What we see is that throughout each day, in every action we take, we are directing the proper amount of energy to the necessary location. But to say that we always do this by means of conscious will would obviously be untrue. Most of our actions on the physical plane are carried out by habit. In this case, the energy has so often flowed into the channels necessary to carry out a given action that with no more than the slightest stimulus it retraces the pattern. For example, when we wake up in the morning, we get the body out of bed. This requires the expenditure and proper distribution of enough energy to relocate some 100+ pounds of mass by means of a very specific series of movements. Looked at in this light, it appears to be a fairly difficult logistical problem. In fact, quite early in our lives it was indeed a problem. But now, so often has the energy flowed to the proper muscles that it easily and automatically retraces its course. Thus, a habit is an energy flow pattern, which has become so fixed that little or no additional conscious willpower is required to carry out the action. It is like a stream of water which is running along the ground. In the beginning, we must expend effort, willpower, in order to direct the course of the stream. But each time the stream flows along a given course, it erodes a deeper and deeper channel. Eventually, the channel becomes so deep that any conscious attention on our part is unnecessary. But now, if we wish to alter the direction of the stream, we must exert a tremendous amount of willpower to do so. And so, it is with a habit. In the beginning, it is our conscious willpower which directs the energy flow. However, after much repetition, the pattern is fixed, and the energy flows by itself, without conscious effort. Thus, we see that each of us definitely does have control over the energy flowing within our bodies. Furthermore, the degree of this control is directly dependent upon how strongly and how consciously we use our willpower. That is, a poorly developed will can lead to habit-run energy, while a strongly developed will can control more than we normally consider possible. Thus, with proper training, and this is well accepted by medical science, we can learn to slow our heartbeat, lower our blood pressure, alter our breathing rate, and so on. To accomplish these feats merely calls for the proper distribution of energy, such as gradually withdrawing energy from the heart. But this ability to direct energy within the physical body is just the beginning. As was pointed out in the last chapter, we also expend energy on the higher planes. Thinking uses energy. In fact, we often feel more tired after mental work than after an equal number of hours of physical labor. And there definitely is a trade-off between the physical, emotional, and mental planes. We all know that when we are engaged in strenuous physical activity, we cannot think nearly as clearly, nor can we hold thoughts for as long a time as we can when we are sitting still. The reason for this is simple. When we sit down to think, we are releasing much of the energy available to us on the physical plane, and we are directing it onto the mental plane. Likewise, when violent emotions grab our attention, we cannot think well, nor do we feel like calmly channeling energy onto the physical plane. However, many of us have found, and some psychologists and psychiatrists even recommend, that a physical release for emotions is very helpful. Thus, when we run or chop wood, we are channeling energy out of the emotional plane. This, in turn, gives us relief from the emotional stress. All that we must do is look at the multitude of evidence facing us in our everyday lives to see just how distinct the trade-off really is between the energy available for each of the three planes. What is more, potentially we have total control over the channeling of this energy by properly exercising our willpower. However, given the general state of most of our lives, the physical, emotional, and mental habit patterns are allowed to run the show. Sleep and the subconscious mind. Now that we see that we definitely do have the potential to control this energy, we are in a better position to analyze where it comes from and what determines how much is available for distribution at any given time. The best way to deal with these questions is to begin by tracing the energy flow itself. First, we have agreed that the energy can be directed off of one plane and onto another. We also have evidence that the energy can be removed from all three planes, leaving only a minimal amount available to either the animal self or the psychical self. We are, of course, referring to the energy distribution during the state we call sleep. When we go to sleep, the first thing that happens is that the body relaxes, releasing energy from the physical plane. With no voluntary muscular action taking place, the energy usually needed in the body during the waking state is freed and requires relocation. Energy, after all, cannot be destroyed when it is not needed. It must be redistributed. But where does it go? What we find is that the process of falling asleep generally happens so rapidly and automatically that we are not able to follow the sequential energy flow for ourselves. However, all of us have experienced the situation where the body is motionless and prepared for sleep while we are fully awake. That is, the voice is rattling away inside of our head as usual, worrying about the day past and the new day to come. In fact, the voice actually becomes more active now than before we laid the body into bed. We can get up, move around, or eat something, thereby rechanneling energy onto the physical plane, and the mind often seems to calm down. Yet, the moment we return to bed, the voice, once again, renews its incessant chattering. The reason behind all of this is that when the body is put to rest, the energy released from the physical plane is relocated onto the mental and astral planes. It is the same process that takes place when we sit down to think. Instead of thinking, while we are running. But in this latter case, we want the energy on the mental plane to aid thought, whereas in the former case we are trying to fall asleep and do not wish to think. However, since most nights we do manage to fall asleep, we can deduce that there is some other place for the energy to go once it leaves the conscious mind. For if ID, ego, and superego with the aid of intellect and memory were as active all night as they were during the day, we surely would not say that we had a good night's sleep. The energy must be withdrawn from these daily thought patterns and relocated elsewhere. And here is where we finally enter into our analysis of the subconscious mind. We have thus far considered our activity on the mental plane as being restricted to the conscious mind. However, since the subconscious mind also deals with thoughts, it too is active on the mental plane. But it has quite a different role to play. In order to see the relationship which exists here, let us liken the activity of the conscious mind to a camera which imprints an image of the outside world onto the mental plane. The thought patterns picked up by the conscious mind are those of ID, ego, and superego, all of which, as defined earlier, are created as a result of our existence and interaction on the physical plane. ID comes from the body directly, superego comes from society, and ego is a self-concept formed through interaction with others while under false identification with body, emotions, and thoughts. The subconscious mind, on the other hand, is a photographic image of the conscious mind. It is what occurs in the conscious mind, and not what directly happens in the outside world, which determines the thoughts in the subconscious. If we look closely, we see that the thoughts present in the subconscious have already been judged by ego and superego. Thus, it is necessary that they first must have passed through the conscious mind before they reach the subconscious. Looking at this from a purely Freudian point of view, the subconscious is full of suppressed and repressed thoughts and emotions. Yet, who is it who is doing the suppressing? Without a doubt, it is ego who is choosing to ignore certain outside events, which it finds detrimental to its self-concept. So, ego governed by the ought-to-be ideal of superego discards specific, unwanted thought and often substitutes its own version in their place. The recipient of this discarded material is the subconscious mind. In order to show this more clearly, we have summarized this process in Figure 8, below. The job of storing thoughts and emotions, for instance memory, is by no means the sole function of the subconscious. It is through this part of the mind that the energy which runs all of the involuntary action of the body is distributed. However, since we are primarily interested only in following the energy flow, we need not rigorously analyze all of the workings of the subconscious. We need only examine the mechanisms of memory, and then take note of the means by which our involuntary bodily functions are controlled. In Chapter 2, we said that memory was like a library from which ID, ego, and superego could draw stored information. We are now able to see that the actual memory storage bank, from which this information is drawn, is located in the subconscious mind, and as hypnosis has shown, it is quite complete. As a first step in our analysis of the workings of memory, we note that every event occurring in the outside world which stimulates our physical senses is reflected into the conscious mind as a mind image or mental stimulation, although the image does not always catch our conscious attention. These mental stimulations are energy patterns varying in intensity in accordance with the importance we place upon the externally perceived event. Thus, this intensity factor is a totally subjective matter, since one thing may have a major mental stimulation for one person and go unnoticed by another. Once this energy pattern is formed in the conscious mind, it is then reflected into the subconscious. Even minor mental images, like telephone numbers, are mirrored into the memory bank of this lower mind. Furthermore, once the energy pattern is stored in the subconscious, it then requires expenditure of energy to bring it back to the conscious level. If the original mental image was of a high energy intensity, or if it was just recently stored, it will be relatively easy to recall it to the conscious mind. However, once a low energy image has gone unused for some time, it becomes extremely difficult, if not impossible, to recall it. Sometimes, however, through intense concentration, thoughts can be remembered, which seemed hopelessly lost. In this case, the energy necessary to bring the image back up to the conscious level is being provided by the application of intense willpower, rather than by the energy intrinsic to the pattern itself. From this, we can see that it is this transfer of energy patterns between the conscious and the subconscious which accounts for the workings of our memory. This analysis of the physics behind the memory is meant to introduce a general outline, not to provide a comprehensive explanation of its workings. Much more scientific research needs to be done before we will be able to fully understand the process. However, a very important aspect of this analysis is its ability to explain suppressed and repressed thoughts. When an outside event occurs which makes a major mental image in the conscious mind, it goes into the subconscious with a great deal of energy. Normally, this would be the type of thought which was continually heard through the voice, because this high amount of energy would allow it to easily become manifest at the conscious level. But the ego, given enough energy to work with, has the power to keep that thought out of the conscious mind. And it will do so whenever the thought is judged to be dangerous to the self-concept. Thus, we have two opposing forces at battle. Too large an amount of energy in the subconscious to remain quietly stored there, and a desperate ego channeling as much energy as possible to keep it suppressed. Obviously, any physicist could tell us that this is not a stable, healthy situation. As far as the role the subconscious plays as caretaker of the basic bodily functions is concerned, it is sufficient that we recognize that at least some energy must be being channeled into the subconscious at all times in order to maintain these involuntary functions. Thus, with some stored energy in the memory bank and some flowing energy going into the physical body, we have our foundation of the subconscious mind. With this understanding of the subconscious, we can now return to our analysis of sleep. We have said earlier that when we first get into bed, the energy flow is out of the body and into the conscious mind. Now we can hypothesize that as we begin to actually fall asleep, the energy is being channeled out of the conscious and into the subconscious. In order to be able to more fully support this hypothesis, let us first take a moment to acquaint ourselves with the various functions each of these minds perform. To begin with, one could imagine the conscious and subconscious minds as two different control tables from which the machinery is run. If we look closely at our waking hours, for example, we note that when we go to the conscious mind control table, we are able to carry out the following functions. 1. Receive messages from the physical senses. 2. Consciously receive thoughts and emotions from the higher senses. 3. Consciously create thoughts and emotions. 4. Control the voluntary actions of the body. And just as every activity of our physical body requires the expenditure of energy, it is also necessary that energy be present in order for each of the above-listed functions to take place. For as with any other control table, when no power is being sent to the switchboard, nothing can be received or sent. Thus, we can expect that when energy is withdrawn from the conscious mind, all of the connected activities will stop. This is exactly what happens when we fall asleep. The energy, upon being withdrawn from the conscious mind, then goes to the subconscious mind control table. Here it naturally provides power for the activities in this area. At this point, we now have centered in the subconscious all of the energy that is normally divided between the body and the conscious mind. We can add to this amount the energy which is released due to the slowing down of the heartbeat, breathing, and other natural bodily processes. Thus, this large amount of power situated in the subconscious is bound to have a tremendous effect on the memory patterns stored there. And it does, for this is what causes us to have dreams. So, we see that our hypothesis, that it is energy flowing between body, conscious mind, and subconscious mind which explains our different experiences during each day and night, is completely supported by the evidence available to us. And now, before going into a brief analysis of dreams, there is a very important connection to be made between these findings and the findings of Chapter 2. Copyright Resonant recording. Relation between consciousness and energy. We close Chapter 2 by saying that it is consciousness which flows into the body, emotions, and mind, this being the way you become cognizant of these aspects of lower man. The final analysis led us to the realization that the you, the receiver of all stimuli sent from the physical, astral, and mental planes, is pure consciousness, capable of becoming aware of a vast variety of things, yet not intrinsically identified with anything in particular. With these facts in mind, let us now proceed with our analysis of sleep from the perspective of consciousness instead of energy. Before we get into bed, our five senses are active, and we are fully conscious of the physical world around us. However, once we begin to fall asleep, we cease to be aware of our bodies, as well as the physical plane in general. We have removed consciousness from the body and relocated it in the mind. But with consciousness centered in the conscious mind, the voice is holding our attention, and we surely are not asleep. The state of sleep is reached only when consciousness is removed from these daily thought forms and relocated elsewhere. So, as was the case with our earlier analysis of the energy flow, our study of the consciousness flow has led us to the conclusion that there must be something else for consciousness to focus upon in order for sleep to occur. And this something else is, of course, the subconscious mind and its storehouse of memory energy patterns. Obviously, these energy patterns are always stored there, but normally we have our attention distributed between subconscious and conscious minds. When we are asleep, however, our consciousness is not distracted by the outside world, and we naturally become more aware of the world within. This is how and why dreaming occurs. All of our consciousness is focused upon our stored mental images. The essential point to be seen here is that the analysis of sleep from the point of view of flow of consciousness exactly parallels our earlier examination of sleep based upon an analysis of flow of energy. Both of these flows are obviously present, and wherever we find consciousness, we also find energy. For example, when we wish to lift a heavy object, we are told to concentrate deeply, to focus consciousness upon the object. However, it is energy which is needed to lift the object. We therefore direct energy into the desired body parts by directing our consciousness there. It is through this process that karate masters are able to perform such incredible physical feats. Likewise, if we wish to do mental work which requires a great deal of energy, we do so by directing our consciousness onto the mental plane. The way in which we manage to center energy in the mind is by holding our consciousness there. Thus, we can conclude that consciousness and energy flow together. We have seen this demonstrated from two distinct points of view: removing energy/consciousness from the body, emotions, or mind, as in our sleeping hours, sending energy/consciousness onto the three planes, as in our waking activities. We should also note that this directing of energy/consciousness is carried out by the application of willpower, both conscious will and will, which is run by habit. What, then, is the exact relation between consciousness and energy? From a static point of view, we have seen that wherever consciousness is located, so also is energy. In a dynamic sense, wherever the flow of consciousness is, there also is a parallel flow of energy. What is more, it is the same application of willpower which simultaneously directs both. The reason for this observed similarity in the behavior of energy and consciousness is because they are the same. The relation between consciousness and energy is one of an exact identity. Consciousness equals energy. Needless to say, this is very difficult to prove from a purely intellectual point of view. All that we can do is to examine the evidence with which we are all familiar and try to intuitively get the feeling behind the formula. For example, when we are feeling tired, drained, lazy, or just rather low on energy, we are also dull, sort of spacey, or just not as aware as usual. In contrast, those periods of extreme vitality and vivaciousness are also accompanied by a feeling of being more alert, and with it. Thus, periods of high energy are associated with acute awareness, a high consciousness feeling. Periods of low energy usually mean a dulled consciousness. Once again, we see that energy and consciousness are one and the same. It is like the analysis of the human brain. If we look in a biology book, we most likely will deal with the physical characteristics of the brain, for example, size, shape, cellular structure, etc. If, on the other hand, we look in a psychology book, we will deal mostly with the mental aspects of the brain, for instance, the different regions of the brain associated with conscious thought, subconscious thought, primary instincts, and so on. Both sciences, however, are looking at the same thing, just from different perspectives. Psychologists are looking at the brain from the point of view of mind. Biologists are dealing with it from the point of view of matter. But this does not necessarily mean that two different objects are being studied, merely that two aspects of the same object are being examined from different points of view. So it is with consciousness and energy, they are one, having the qualities which we associate with both mind and matter. So we see that it is conscious energy which flows and is stored on the mental, emotional, and physical planes of man, giving life to each of these aspects. After all, life implies more than just energy flowing haphazardly through a collection of atoms. Heat and light, released into air, satisfy this requirement. Energy is a necessary, but not a sufficient, condition for what we mean by life. The other necessary condition is that of consciousness. In order for consistent, ordered direction of the energy to take place, there must be a rudimentary intelligence present. For without deliberate, conscious direction, we have only randomness. And randomness is, by definition, non-ordered and non-consistent. So, in order to have an orderly flow of energy which is present in all forms of life, there also must be consciousness present. And since we have already seen that this consciousness is not an intrinsic quality of either body, emotions, or thoughts, we must conclude that it is associated with the energy flow itself. An example from the science of biology may help to clarify the contention that conscious energy is responsible for all of life. To begin with, we know that cells are capable of exactly reproducing themselves. In fact, the cells of the human body completely reproduce themselves every 7 years. And this exact reproduction of all of the intricate parts of a cell, carried out by all of the billions of cells within the body, is not a process which we would generally consider random. Each cell does not produce millions of different cells until a perfect reproduction is finally hit upon. Normally, it is a one-shot affair. The reproduction is perfect the first time. But what could account for this? Biologists have been able to trace it back to the DNA in the nucleus of the cell. It is DNA which splits apart first, then an exact reproduction of the cell is carried out by this chemical chain of molecules. But the question arises as to where does DNA get its guidance, what directs it to reproduce itself exactly, and then to build a new cell? Since DNA is merely a chain of molecules which is made out of atoms, we must conclude that these underlying atoms behaved in a very specific, orderly fashion such that when taken together as a whole, they created the exact reproduction of the DNA chain. A molecule, after all, is only the conglomerate of the atoms behind it. So if the molecule duplicates, it is only mirroring the activity of these atoms which compose it. Continuing this train of thought, we could now raise questions as to where the atoms got the necessary intelligent direction in order to be able to carry out such an orderly process. Eventually, by orderly flow of energy we are, of course, referring to the energy distribution necessary for the activities of metabolism, reproduction, movement, irritability, growth, and adaptation. Plus, it should be noted that the component parts of the atom do not have to actually split in order for duplication to take place. What occurs is that the electrons, protons, and neutrons attract complements of themselves. Thus, the necessary rearrangement of the atoms takes place. We could follow this reasoning back to the basic building block behind everything: energy. Thus, we must conclude that the energy field behaved in a certain orderly fashion in order for the electrons, protons, and neutrons to attract complements of themselves, enabling the DNA molecules to split, resulting in the reproduction of a new cell. See Figure 9, next page. From where did the energy get its intelligent direction in order to behave as was required? We can go no further back on this chain, however, because in Chapter 3 we defined energy to be the non-unique building block of the entire universe. So, here again, we conclude that the energy itself is conscious and, thus, capable of directing itself in the required orderly, intelligent fashion. And this is the only intelligence necessary for the entire process of cell reproduction to take place. Consciousness need not enter into the process at any other stage. For, to draw an analogy, if we blinked a light on and off every 5 minutes, someone observing this would soon realize that the orderly behavior of the light implied some intelligent direction behind it. The observer might first examine the bulb, then the filament, the socket, the wires, the plug, the outlet, the light switch, the hand, the arm, and finally the conscious willpower directing the action. Once he realizes that we are directing the activity, he need not assume that guidance is being additionally injected into the system at any other point in the process. Our intelligent direction, the consciousness behind the action, is merely being passed along the entire sequence of dependent events. And so it is with the conscious energy behind the cell reproduction. And so it is with everything. All order within the system is the direct result of this basic consciousness behind the process. Dreams. Now that we have made the essential recognition that consciousness and energy are one and the same, we can continue the building of our model of man by delving deeper into the analysis of sleep. Except for the small amount of energy necessary to keep the basic physical functions in operation, we have followed the flow of conscious energy out of the body and into the conscious mind. We then realized that in order for sleep to occur, the conscious energy must move out of the conscious mind and into the subconscious mind. Undoubtedly, with so much consciousness and energy located in one spot, there is bound to be much activity. We have seen that the effect of the energy aspect is to stimulate the stored memory patterns. Furthermore, with so much consciousness focused in the subconscious, we are able to become fully aware of these activated thoughts. Thus, it is when we are in the subconscious that dreaming takes place. Our main interest in dreams, for the purposes of furthering the above analysis, concerns dreams left unanalyzed by Freud. In order to lead up to these, however, let us briefly cover Freud's analysis in the light of our model of man. Freud argued that there are three main types of dreams. 1. Fulfillment of a consciously recognized wish. 2. Undisguised fulfillment of a repressed wish. And 3. Disguised fulfillment of a suppressed wish. The first of these is simply a dream of attaining in the subconscious that which we desire, while in the conscious mind. For example, let us say that a child wants a blue ball, but it is denied him. This occurrence happens while conscious energy, is located in the conscious mind and in the waking body. The event then reflects a mind image into the subconscious where this energy pattern is then stored. Upon falling asleep, the child's cognition centers in the subconscious, and this stored high energy pattern begins to unfold before him. While he is on the subconscious level, he watches himself, the dream child, be given the blue ball. During this dream, he is able to act out all of his feelings and to experience relief from any anxiety connected therewith. This is a situation to which we all can relate, for we all have experienced emotions while dreaming. As a consequence, when consciousness is restored to the child's conscious mind, there is no longer an unsatisfied emotional desire present. The second and third types of dreams, according to Freud, are concerned with the fulfillment of repressed desires, desires which ego feels are detrimental to its self-concept. Thus, as we discussed earlier, sufficient energy will be put forth by the conscious mind in order to keep all thoughts of these desires locked in the subconscious. Now, when conscious energy locates in the subconscious mind, these repressed desires are the highest energy patterns present and demand immediate recognition. But when repressed desires attempt to express themselves directly, sufficient anxiety is created so as to awaken us. As Freud pointed out, there is a subconscious ego as well as a conscious ego. That is, when conscious energy locates in the subconscious mind, it is not merely an objective observer unidentified with any of the lower aspects of man. There is still a feeling of I, an identification with a self-concept. For in our dreams, though we are identified with a dream body rather than a physical body, we still can have dreams in which we are fearful of bodily harm, or in which we become embarrassed, experience jealousy, or act selfishly. Thus, ego also is present in the subconscious due to pure consciousness false identification with a limited, finite body, for instance, the dream body. It is this subconscious ego which aids conscious ego in its attempt to defend and maintain the self-concept. Consequently, a desire which has been repressed by conscious ego is not apt to be acceptable to subconscious ego either. Thus, attempts by this desire to express its latent energy result in our waking up in the midst of a dream. This leads us to the third and final type of dream with which Freud dealt. The repressed desire, still requiring a manner to release its energy, is disguised in such a way that it passes freely before the attention of conscious energy located in the subconscious. The method of cloaking the desire in symbolic form and rearranging the time sequence of events, Freud called dream work. Freud went on to point out that these are the most common types of dreams, especially in adolescents and adults who have learned to repress more desires. Thus, we often have dreams which appear to be non-sequential, but we nonetheless have strong, emotional reactions to them. It is through dreams of this type that at least some of the pent-up emotions connected with the suppressed desire are able to express themselves, while at the same time allowing ego to remain unchallenged. So even from the point of view of a Freudian analysis, we can see that all three of these types of dreams are the direct result of consciousness being centered in the subconscious. It is interesting to note here that during all of these dreams we have no trouble holding a particular mental image for prolonged periods of time. In fact, we are often able to follow an extremely complex series of events with vivid detail. When we try to envision similar images during waking hours, however, most of us find it quite difficult, if not impossible, to do so. Our attention quickly drifts to something else, or the picture being held keeps fading in and out, and almost all detail becomes hazy. The reason for this apparent contradiction in our mental abilities to envision is that when conscious energy is centered in the subconscious, there are no distractions demanding some of our attention. Thus, a great deal of awareness is free to be concentrated on the mental pictures. In contrast, conscious energy located in the conscious mind is distributed between the mental, astral, and physical planes. Here we have a barrage of messages from the five senses continually demanding our attention, as well as a requirement for more energy during waking hours in order to maintain heartbeat, breath, and other essential metabolic processes. Thus, if we could manage to consciously withdraw more energy from the body, we could apply it to concentrating more fully on mental envisioning. There is no reason why we cannot have as great a power of concentration when we are awake as we do when we are asleep. But this requires the proper training of willpower if we are to more fully direct the flow of the energy. Another interesting point which directly follows from our analysis is that in many ways the dream world is analogous to the waking world. From the point of view of our being pure conscious energy, we are merely alternating our identification between two distinct realms of experience. In both we are identifying with a body and interacting with an outside world. What events are occurring affect us quite similarly in both worlds in that our emotions are as involved in the occurrences of our dream life as they are in our waking life. The main difference, however, is that the occurrences and all outside objects in the dream world are created solely by our own minds. Thus, they are free to change quite rapidly and drastically within any time interval, and more importantly, from night to night. In the waking world, we are not so lucky. Each morning when we awaken, various aspects of the previous day are there to meet us. But as far as the purely emotional attachments are concerned, both worlds are the same. In both cases, we, consciousness, are visiting the world and are subject to its events via our connection with either the dream body or the physical body. In fact, it is not so uncommon that a person will identify more with the occurrences that confront him while in the dream world than with those events of the waking world. However, since most of us choose to emphasize our waking world, we feel compelled to place these individuals in mental institutions. And the word reality is of no real significance here, for as we have shown, one's reality lies where he chooses to direct and to hold his conscious perception. However, if the question arises as to which of these two worlds is truth, this we can easily answer: neither of them is truth. The truth is that we are the pure consciousness before it identifies with the conditions of either world. Therefore, the only identification which is more truthful than the others is to directly identify with our own true nature, that of pure consciousness. There's a little parable passed to us from the Hindu saint, Sri Ramakrishna, which expresses this quite well. There was a farmer who lived in the countryside. He was a real Jainani man of wisdom. He earned his living by farming. He was married, and after many years a son was born to him, whom he named Haru. The parents loved the boy dearly. This was natural, since he was the one precious gem of the family. On account of his religious nature, the farmer was loved by the villagers. One day he was working the fields when a neighbor came and told him that Haru had an attack of cholera. The farmer at once returned home and arranged for treatment of the boy. But Haru died. The other members of the family were grief-stricken, but the farmer acted as if nothing had happened. He consoled his family and told them that grieving was futile. Then he went back to his fields. On returning home, he found his wife weeping even more bitterly. She said to him, "How heartless you are, you haven't shed one tear for the child." The farmer replied quietly, "Shall I tell you why I haven't wept? I had a very vivid dream last night. I dreamt I'd become a king. I was the father of 8 sons and was very happy with them. Then I woke up. Now I am greatly perplexed. Should I weep for those 8 sons or for this one Haru?" Returning to the formal analysis, we are now ready to deal with a 4th type of dream, one completely ignored by Freud. It is true that for most of us this is the rarest type of dream. In fact, some of us never even remember having had one. Nonetheless, it does occur and must be explained. What kind of dream is this? It is the visionary dream, the dream which comes true. For example, we may dream that someone gives us a kitten, which we accept despite our uneasiness about the responsibility. The dream then shifts to an office where a doctor is holding the kitten. Suddenly, a blood-red spot appears on the animal and spreads rapidly over its entire body. Amazingly enough, the next day we are given a kitten. While deciding whether to accept the responsibility, a light flashes on and the dream is remembered. Although we accept the kitten, we begin to worry about the meaning of the dream. Later in the day, a veterinarian visiting in the neighborhood sees the kitten and tells us that an epidemic of distemper in the area will likely kill it. These unsolicited words of advice, together with the death symbolism of the blood-red spot seen in the dream, lead us to immediately return the animal to its original owner. These short dreams come true are quite common with some people, while others have never had the experience. This type of occurrence is similar to the déjà vu experience. We find ourselves in a given situation, and all of a sudden we realize that we have been here before. All objects present appear familiar and words being spoken are not being heard for the first time. Often we can even correctly anticipate what will be said next. This type of experience is quite common, although some of us experience it more frequently than others. The explanation behind déjà vu is that this feeling of having lived through the situation before is a subconscious remembrance of a dream. It differs from the kitten dream in that the kitten dream was specifically remembered, while the déjà vu experience is not consciously associated with a dream. However, subconsciously, there is still sufficient remembrance to cause the feeling of having been there before. These types of occurrences, however, are merely a minor indication of an enormous ability which lies within each of us. For example, prior to major events in our lives, we often have dreams foreshadowing their occurrence. As with Freudian dreams, these visions of future happenings are generally clothed in heavy symbolism. However, as with the dreams of disguised wish fulfillment, the symbology employed in the visionary dreams tends to be quite regular and common amongst us. Thus, once a basic knowledge of these symbols is obtained, it is amazing to see just how many of our dreams are of this visionary type. And it is not just major events in our own lives which can be predicted through dreams. Events of worldwide or even galactic importance, like the prediction of comets, are quite common amongst those who are sensitive to such dreams. To simply ignore the reality of this type of dream is to completely ignore a great deal of knowledge passed on to us throughout history. The Bible refers to messages revealed through dreams. Many of the prophets, seers, and sages of old derived their knowledge through dreams. The writings of Homer, Shakespeare, and a great many other of the celebrated poets are rife with visionary dreams. And in modern times, there is certainly no lack of people who state that they have the ability to predict the future through dreams. But in areas such as these, it takes personal experience before all doubts can be dispelled. Fortunately, many of us have had such experiences, though they are usually not discussed due to the lack of understanding surrounding them. We simply pass them over, especially the minor ones, because they do not fit into a familiar frame of reference. Copyright Resonant recording. The superconscious mind. The question, which logically follows the acceptance of the occurrence of such visionary dreams, is: how does this happen? What is the true nature of our universe such that we are able to see into the future during the dream state? In Figure 10, next page, we have a model which will aid us in answering this perfectly reasonable inquiry. The flow lines are intended to represent the behavior of conscious energy as we go to sleep, as the body goes to rest, point 1 to point 2, and as ID, ego, and superego lose their energy, point 2 to point 3, we cease to be aware of each of them. Now all attention is focused in the subconscious mind, point 3, with the various memory patterns stored therein. However, it is obvious that visionary dreams cannot come from this source, because all energy patterns stored in the subconscious are reflected there from the conscious mind, which in turn received its stimuli from present occurrences in the outside world. There must be some other source of information fed into the subconscious if, while we are located there, we are able to become cognizant of future events. This other source is what we shall call the superconscious mind. In order to understand this, we begin by recalling bodily functions. But conscious energy enmeshed in mind and body for prolonged periods of time becomes identified with both and tends to forget its true identity. Thus, we concluded that the conscious and subconscious minds are locations, stations, where conscious energy focuses and where it becomes aware of and attached to body, emotions, and thoughts. In contrast, the superconscious mind is that state of consciousness wherein we are fully identified with only our true nature, that of pure conscious energy. It is important to note here that this state of consciousness always exists even though we are not attentive to it. Consciousness is like a river which has developed a small branch, see Figure 11, next page. As is normally the case, the water within the branch is the same as the water in the rest of the river, and it is constantly changing as the river flows, as shown by the arrows. The branch represents our lower self, animal and psychical man. The water in the branch represents our conscious energy flow. When that we have stated that man's true nature is that of pure conscious energy, and that it is this consciousness which flows into the mind and thus becomes aware of and identified with thought patterns therein. Furthermore, our analysis has shown that conscious energy also flows into the body and receives sensory stimuli, as well as directs and provides energy for voluntary and involuntary. Water is flowing into the tip of the branch. This is equivalent to consciousness being centered in the body. When we remove consciousness from the body, as in the course of our everyday lives, it is like having the flow go only part way into the branch. When this happens, the consciousness flowing through the conscious mind becomes more aware of the thought patterns which are present. Next, withdrawing the conscious energy back into the subconscious is seen to be equivalent to cutting the branch even shorter. But figure 11 clearly shows that we can withdraw the flow even further than this. When we do so, we have finally returned to the original source, to the river itself. When this happens, we are free of the diversions of body, conscious mind, and subconscious mind. We are no longer prone to the distractions of gratifying lower self-desires. We are now free to experience the superconscious mind. Like the river, the superconscious mind is always there, but due to habit we are only aware of the branch. The important point for our analysis of dreams is to remember that information, energy patterns, can be mirrored into the subconscious from the superconscious, as well as from the conscious. When this happens and our awareness is situated in the subconscious, we become cognizant of these energy patterns, just as we do the others. Thus, dreams can occur when stored messages are sent either from the conscious or from the superconscious. But we still need to show how it is possible to gain knowledge of the future, even from this higher source of energy patterns. We have seen that the superconscious mind is conscious energy in the state of being fully aware only of itself. But this is a pretty big only. Referring back to our complete model of man, as presented in Figure 7, page 58, we note that the left-hand side of the diagram shows man's true nature as being the you, for instance, conscious energy, while the right-hand side shows the entire universe as being different manifestations of the energy vibrating. We also have said that the energy is non-unique, that it is identical throughout. This means that the energy which flows throughout man's mind and body is one, and the same as the energy which makes up the rest of the universe. Furthermore, we have said that all of the energy is conscious. Thus, when man withdraws conscious energy from the state of identification with his body and mind, that energy entering into the superconscious state enters into union with the entire universe. He becomes one with it all. It is like, when we stop being identified with the water in the branch, we realize that we are the whole river. And because it is consciousness flowing in the river, there is overall, undivided consciousness throughout. The consciousness 5 miles upstream from the branch is the same as, and therefore, fully cognizant of the consciousness in the branch. It is also the same as the consciousness 5 miles downstream from the branch. It is the same throughout. Thus, we see that in the superconscious state, there is omniscience as well as omnipresence. We can also see that the energy which makes up today is the same as the energy which will make up tomorrow and which made up yesterday. Thus, the ability to anticipate future events becomes trivial because there is really no distinction between past, present, and future. We cannot factually say that the water upstream is tomorrow's water and the water downstream is yesterday's, especially since the water is no unique. This elusive state appears to be the case only because we have arbitrarily chosen a spot at which to stand and judge all else from this perspective. If there were a second branch located further downstream, what appeared so obviously to be yesterday's water, as viewed from the upper branch, would just as obviously appear to be tomorrow's water when viewed from the lower branch. Our entire concept of time is based upon having a fixed point from which to observe the flow. Thus, once we stop identifying with a particular branch and give up this arbitrary stationary spot, we will stop dividing the one, the whole, the non-unique energy field into segments of past, present, or future. Playing this intellectual game any further, however, is quite fruitless. As has been shown throughout this work, the intellect is a finite tool of the conscious mind used only while conscious energy is identified therewith. The state of consciousness, which we are attempting to convey here, occurs only when conscious energy is withdrawn from the conscious and the subconscious minds. Thus, by definition, the intellect cannot fully comprehend the superconscious mind. But the argument presented above will help to give a brief idea of what we are dealing with when we speak of the state of universal consciousness. The important point is that this state can be reached. It is not just a theoretical or logical conclusion of our model. As will be shown in Chapter 6, we have a great deal of evidence that throughout history men have entered into this level of consciousness and have attempted to guide others to it. Energy sources available to man. Now that we have a fuller understanding of the higher aspects of man, we are finally able to directly face the question: where do we originally get the energy which is made available for our expenditure? Here, of course, we are referring to the energy flowing within the body, as well as the energy used at the emotional and mental levels. Asterisk, as has been pointed out throughout this analysis, Western science has tended to deal only with the physical plane. Therefore, we can expect that medical science would trace our energy source to this plane alone. This is exactly what has happened. The usual analysis begins by stating that the main source of energy on the physical plane is that generated by the sun. This energy is then captured and stored in usable form by the various plants of our planet through the process of photosynthesis. As we eat and digest this vegetation, our digestive and circulatory systems do the necessary work to break down the plant cells and distribute the stored energy to the cells of our body. When we eat meat, on the other hand, we are merely getting the same energy secondhand. That is, the animal which is eaten originally provided for his energy needs by consuming vegetation. Thus, his animal cells contain some stored energy. When we eat this animal's meat, our bodily systems extract this energy from the animal cells and distribute it to whichever cells within our own body necessitate replenishment. Thus, whether dealing with vegetables or meat, we see that one important source of energy is through the food that we eat. The other widely recognized sources of energy at the physical level are from the air that we breathe and from the direct rays of the sun. In the former situation, the respiratory and circulatory systems combine to assimilate and break down oxygen. In this way, energy is distributed to the cells of the body. In the latter situation, the ultraviolet rays of the sun are assimilated when the sun's energy directly strikes the various body parts. However, all of the above sources are based solely upon man's ability to work with energy vibrating at the low rate, which is manifest as the physical plane. But we have continuously pointed out that man has potential control over energy at every vibration rate, since he is composed of conscious energy of the highest form. Thus, instead of having to obtain this needed energy after it has been stored in plant and animal cells, he can directly channel it into his body by proper use of his willpower. Since the West is just beginning in this area, if we wish to delve more deeply into this question, we must do so via our treasure chest of Eastern knowledge. Turning to yogic science, we are taught that prana, a life energy, enters the astral body through the sixth chakra, a point corresponding to the area of the brain which medical science labels the medulla oblongata. The energy is then distributed down the spine, through the chakra system, by way of two tubes at the astral level, which in yogic literature are called the Ida nadis and the Pingala nadis. It is from this infinite source of life energy that much of our own energy is made available for expenditure. However, this great potential for energy which is open to us is rarely used. The reason for this minimal use concerns the intricate workings of the chakra system. To begin with, we have seen that the chakras are not only channels for prana, the life force, but also are our means of receiving emotional stimulation formed on the astral plane. Because of this dual role, when we are shrouded in a mass of emotions caused by body and ego-generated desires, these chakras become blocked and energy is unable to flow freely past them. They become like a one-way door. Energy can flow down the spine, but not back up. The greater the emotional blockages of these chakras, the less energy will be available to us from this higher source. Thus, people who are undergoing a dark emotional period are apt to be very dull, inactive, and generally low on energy. However, when our minds are taken off of our everyday ego-oriented problems, like when we meet a new lover, or are reunited with a lost family member, or get a good grade on a test, we temporarily allow the energy to flow more freely. This diminution of the emotional blockage of the chakras, and the resultant increase in the energy flow, causes us to feel more alive, more energetic. Once the novelty wears off, however, the exuberant inner feeling subsides, and we settle back to our everyday emotional problems. An even more powerful example of just how much energy is available to us once we remove the blockages can be seen in the case of the 90-pound housewife who lifts up an automobile which had fallen on her child. There have been many such documented cases, and they demand a scientific explanation. Where did this tremendous amount of energy come from? Any food the mother may have eaten earlier obviously could not have provided the energy necessary to lift a 2-ton automobile, nor is it likely that she did any deep breathing exercises prior to lifting the overturned auto. But rather, the panic of the situation so completely took her mind off of her own ego emotions that the usually closed doors of the chakras fully burst open for the energy to flow in from the superconscious level. And what is more, we can learn by proper training of willpower to control this energy and to apply it constructively in our everyday lives. In fact, in the chapters which follow, we will have a look at some men who have managed to uncover these potentials and apply them towards raising their lives to a higher level. 5. Sleep, the yogic state of samadhi and death. The model which we constructed in Chapter 4, showing where we go when we go to sleep, can just as readily be applied to the analysis of other states of consciousness. In Figure 12, and next page, we see that the process of falling asleep entails consciousness flowing from the body, point 1, into the conscious mind, point 2, and from the conscious mind into the subconscious mind, point 3. It is while we are in the subconscious, point 3, that we are aware of dreams. This is because of the presence of the energy patterns stored there. However, we are told by both the yogi, who has managed to control and become fully aware of the conscious energy flow within, and the Western scientist, who is researching sleep via an external procedure, that the dream state is but one rather light level of sleep. The deeper states of sleep, when heartbeat and respiration slow down even further, are associated with a partial withdrawal of consciousness into the superconscious mind. But this is something that few of us remember upon awakening. We must rely upon testimonials, mainly because formal Western science is still a long way from recognizing the significance of these higher states. Going out of the subconscious in the other direction, however, we find some interesting intermediary states, which many of us often do recall experiencing. The movement of energy from points 1 to 2, 2 to 3 to 4 is a flow process. Any number of balances can be reached with different amounts of consciousness in each station. For this reason, the process of waking up can be most entertaining once we learn to become more aware of what is actually happening. To begin with, we commence waking up by gradually flowing out of the subconscious and into the conscious mind. How gradually the process takes place is a matter of willpower, and we can program ourselves to be aware throughout. Here, many of us have found ourselves in the intermediate state where dreams are taking place, and we are aware of them taking place, and we are aware of our being aware. That is, the portion of consciousness in the subconscious is viewing dream images as usual, But now there is sufficient awareness in the conscious mind to enable us from this conscious center to look into the subconscious and see ourselves dreaming. At this point, we are able to actually decide which way we want to go, either keep on watching the dream or enter more fully into the conscious mind. Obviously, much can be learned about the nature of the subconscious while in this intermediary state. And with practice, this balance in which we have conscious awareness of the subconscious can be held for prolonged periods of time and entered into at will. Besides this balance between the conscious and subconscious minds, there is also a balance between the body and the conscious mind. For example, during the waking process, we sometimes find ourselves in the state where our waking consciousness HGO is fully awake, but the body is still asleep. That is, the voice is going on inside of our head, thinking about the day to come and the one just passed, but the body has a heavy, lifeless quality to it. It becomes entertaining to make believe that we cannot move the limbs, and often, unless we consciously send energy down to them, we actually cannot. What is more, in this state we can really see for ourselves the true relation between conscious energy and the body. For once we apply our willpower to focus sufficient energy into the body, it wakes up, and we are on our way as usual. Of course, during the day when we drift into thought or enter into strenuous physical activity, we are again altering the energy balance between the body and the conscious mind. Each of our activities requires a specific balance, and we can learn by practice to attain and hold any one of them at will. Turning now to the body-subconscious mind combination, we can see the explanation for the fascinating state known as sleepwalking. As will be recalled from our discussion of the subconscious mind, see Chapter 4, pages 66 to 70, there is at all times a minimal energy flow going from the subconscious directly into the body in order to maintain the basic bodily functions. Sleepwalking occurs when consciousness is located in the subconscious, and the energy flow going into the body becomes so great that the senses and voluntary muscles become operative. This is the same as in the waking state, except that the conscious mind, which usually acts as a relay between the body and conscious receiver, is still asleep. Thus, the ego is not running the body machinery as it usually does. It is the subconscious that is in control. The main point to be extracted from this entire analysis of the states of sleep, however, is that conscious energy is free to flow between the body, the conscious mind, the subconscious mind, and the superconscious mind, see Figure 12, page 92. Once this simple truth is realized, we will have made a major step toward understanding man and his relation to life. However, in order to see the significance of this conscious energy flow approach, let us examine what is happening to the metabolic processes of the physical body while conscious energy is flowing into the different stations. We begin the analysis with as much conscious energy focused in the body as possible. This particular state of energy distribution is apt to be found during strenuous physical activity, such as all-out running. If we call in a physician to observe the heartbeat and respiration rate during this state, he would find them very high, probably approaching their upper limits. If we stop running and sit still, we know that some energy flows out of the body and onto the mental and emotional planes, causing the basic bodily functions to slow down. However, because the conscious mind and emotions are closely linked to the body, any restlessness and nervousness in the mind will keep the bodily processes quite active. Following the flow lines in Figure 12, page 92, the next state of conscious energy distribution to be examined is that of deep concentration on the mental plane. As explained in Chapter 2, since the emotions are intricately tied to the body, thoughts of an emotional nature can still cause heartbeat to vary. However, purely mental thoughts, or thoughts concerning soothing emotions, have the effect of drawing more and more energy into the mental plane and out of the body. Thus, deep concentration, for instance, rising above both the physical and emotional planes, is associated with a very slow, even heartbeat and breath rate. Since running, sitting, and deep thought are experienced by each of us daily, we can all attest to the strength of the relationship between location of conscious energy and the activity of the basic bodily functions. Continuing the process, we come to the different states of sleep. Medical science tells us that as more and more consciousness flows out of the waking mind and into the subconscious, the body becomes more and more inactive. And all of this is ever so logical, since it is the energy being released from operating bodily functions, which is allowing us to become more and more aware of the subconscious. As pointed out earlier, we know that our ability to concentrate while in the subconscious is far greater than while in the waking mind. The reason for this is due to the enormous amount of energy focused in the subconscious during sleep. And the deeper the sleep we go into, for instance, the further we go into the subconscious and semi-superconscious states, the slower the heartbeat and respiration rate become. This correlation between withdrawal of conscious energy and the rate of activity of the basic bodily functions is shown in Figure 13 below. Here we see three continuous functions acting together to show that, as we identify with higher and higher states of consciousness, the body becomes less and less active because we become further and further removed from it. The question now arises: if there is such an ordered correlation between withdrawal of conscious energy and the activity of bodily functions, is it not logical to conclude that death is just another sequential step in the process? Our model of the energy flow, as it has been developed thus far, supports this inference. After all, the state which we call death is merely the lower limit of the heartbeat, breath rate, and all other bodily functions. When death occurs, all energy is now released from its job of maintaining the body. To suddenly argue that the energy disappears, ceases to exist, is both absurd and non-scientific. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. We have adhered to this basic law throughout our analysis. Thus, we conclude that the conscious energy released due to total cessation of bodily functions follows the same withdrawal flow as has all other conscious energy analyzed thus far. What is more, we have empirical evidence to support this assertion. The step between very slow heartbeat and breath rate during deep sleep and cessation of the bodily functions at death is admittedly a rather long one. Fortunately, we have a good deal of information concerning the intermediate stages between sleep and death. As mentioned earlier, the science of yoga, which dates back several thousand years to ancient India, is concerned with gaining conscious control of the energy flow by means of willpower. This involves not only being able to draw a larger amount of energy into the body and mind from the infinite source, but also being able to channel and focus this energy to whichever station, level is desired. The ultimate goal of yoga, as one might imagine, is to withdraw conscious energy out of the body, conscious and subconscious minds, the water in the branch, and to reunite it with the infinite source of conscious energy from which it flows, the river. In fact, the word yoga is an ancient Sanskrit term meaning union with the infinite. The age-old techniques of yoga are highly scientific, and they are still guiding men to higher levels of consciousness even today. For the purposes of this study, we shall center our attention solely on the state of yoga union, known as samadhi. We begin by noting that the advanced yogi can control his heartbeat and his breath rate at will. He does so by withdrawing energy from these and other organs and focusing it at the higher levels. But we all know that if we held our breath for too long a time, or if our heart failed, we would normally experience major, and perhaps permanent, damage to the brain and other vital organs due to the lack of oxygen available. However, if we take the time to look more deeply into the operation of these bodily systems, we can see the scientific means which the yogi employs in order to avoid this damage. When we are physically active, the cells of the body are using up oxygen and sending venous, deoxygenated blood back to the heart and lungs for fresh oxygen. The more active we are, the faster the oxygen is used, and the quicker the heartbeat and breath rates become. In contrast, when the body is inactive, as in sleep, we are not using up as much oxygen. Thus, bodily functions naturally slow down. And we note that this deceleration of the oxygen cycle causes no damage to cells in the brain or body, since they do not require additional oxygen. For instance, they are not starving. If, however, during strenuous physical activity we were to forcibly slow down heartbeat and breath rate to a level which is normal during sleep, cells would then be lacking oxygen and damage would ensue. From this we can see that the natural rate of heartbeat and respiration is a variable one, determined by the oxygen demand of the body, which in turn is determined by the level of activity of the cells. And this holds true for emotional and mental activity as well. All of these activities use up energy which, at the physical level, must be replenished via the oxidation process. That is, restlessness of the mind and uncalm emotions use up oxygen, sending much venous blood back to the heart, and thus speeding up the heartbeat and breath rate. So as we remove conscious energy, awareness, from the conscious mind and relocate it in the subconscious, it follows that this restless mental and emotional activity is curbed and, as a result, basic bodily functions naturally slow down. But dreaming in the subconscious also uses up oxygen. For example, we often experience that bad dreams cause very high emotional activity and sometimes even physical activity. Therefore, during the non-dreaming, deep sleep states, we can observe an even further slowdown of heartbeat and respiration rate. What we see is that as the activities of body, emotions, and mind cease, the bodily functions naturally slow down, causing no cellular damage. The yogi, through the exercise of willpower, has the ability to slow down activity on all planes to the point where the only energy being demanded is that small amount necessary to run the muscular activity of the heart and lungs at a very slow rate. We could think of this state as being approximately equivalent to the deep sleep state, except that the yogi is fully aware. Now, by means of special techniques, he slows down the lungs a little further and directs the entire system into a decelerating cycle. That is, this decrease of the muscular activity of the lungs means that less oxygen is needed to run the respiratory system, so less venous blood returns to the heart. This, in turn, allows the heart to slow down even further. But this decrease in the heartbeat means that less energy is expended and less oxygen demanded. Therefore, the lungs are able to slow down even further. This slowing down process automatically continues until no more venous blood is being created. Thus, the heart and lungs naturally cease to operate, for they are no longer needed. The yogis call this state sabbakalpa samadhi, the breathless state. Here, all consciousness is released from its ties to the body and naturally enters into union with universal consciousness. The lifeless body, devoid of all conscious energy, and therefore just a mass of flesh and bones, is now in a state closely resembling that of death. And no guess need be made as to where conscious energy went, because the yogi can come back at will and discuss the matter. But we can come even closer to the absoluteness of what we mean by the state of death by examining the yogic state of Mahasamadhi, literally meaning great samadhi. When the advanced yogi feels that it is time to vacate, his bodily temple on a permanent basis. He gathers together his friends and disciples, says goodbye, and enters this state of samadhi, never to return. And the body, due to the peaceful natural process of cessation of vital functions, often remains in a state of immutability for quite some time after all energies have left. The West is no stranger to this eloquent manner of dying. One of the greatest yogis of modern times, Paramahansa Yogananda, 1893 to 1952, spent most of the last 32 years of his life living in America. On March 7, 1952, he found it proper to enter his Mahasamadhi while in the Biltmore Hotel in Los Angeles, California. The photograph reproduced on the next page, see Figure 15, is one of Sri Yogananda taken just 1 hour before he consciously left his body for the last time. What happened after his death is a matter of historical record. Reproduced below is a short extract taken from a notarized letter sent to Self-Realization Fellowship by Harry T. Rowe, director of the Forest Lawn Memorial Park of Glendale, California. The absence of any visual signs of decay in the dead body of Paramahansa Yogananda offers the most extraordinary case in our experience. No physical disintegration was visible in his body even 20 days after death. No indication of mold was visible on the skin, and no visible desiccation, drying up, took place in the bodily tissues. This state of perfect preservation of a body is, so far as we know from mortuary annals, an unparalleled one. At the time of receiving Yogananda's body, the mortuary personnel expected to observe, through the glass lid of the casket, the usual progressive signs of bodily decay. Our astonishment increased as day followed day without bringing any visible change in the body under observation. Yogananda's body was apparently in a phenomenal state of immutability. No odor of decay emanated from his body at any time. The physical appearance of Yogananda on March 27, just before the bronze cover of the casket was put into position, was the same as it had been on March 7. He looked on March 27 as fresh and unravaged of decay as he had looked on the night of his death. For these reasons we state again that the case of Paramahansa Yogananda is unique in our experience. Thus, we can conclude that the evidence which is gathered from examining both Sabikalpa Samadhi and Mahasamadhi concretely supports the logical inference drawn from our model, that death is just another state in the process of conscious energy withdrawing from the body. A process which, at least to some extent, we all experience every day. Copyright Resonant Recording. Chapter 6. The Search Based Upon Religious Teachings. We have thus far developed the model of man which has explained quite well many of our everyday experiences. As it is depicted in Figure 7, page 58, our model separates man into 3 main aspects: animal, psychical, and spiritual. Although we are all quite familiar with the first 2, it is true that the spiritual aspect is one with which we do not generally identify. However, throughout the course of this work, we have analyzed various characteristics of this higher self, to such an extent that by now we should all have at least a rough conception of what is meant by spiritual man. With our model of man thus complete, the purpose of this chapter is to search for evidence that there actually have been people who have managed to center in these higher states. For if these states do in fact exist, then it is quite reasonable to assume that at least a few people throughout human history have managed to attain them. As one might imagine, the underlying hypotheses for this phase of our search are that the founders of the world's major religions were all men who more identified with the spiritual self than with the lower aspects of their being, and that the basic teachings of religion are, in essence, attempting to present the path upon which each of us can attain the higher states described in previous chapters. In order to support these hypotheses, however, it is by no means necessary to study every religion, past and present. If we can show that the basic truths behind 2 or 3 diverse religious cults are the same, this will provide ample support for our model. For our model has thus far been constructed solely upon the basis of physics and psychology, completely distinct from any emphasis upon religion, per se. Thus, if we can show that the teachings of 2 or 3 of the world's major religions are compatible with our model, we will have accomplished what few theoretical analyses have been able to do: be subjected to man's knowledge in the exact sciences, the social sciences, the occult sciences, and religious philosophies, and still remain intact. The religions to be examined are Christianity, Buddhism, and Hinduism. Again, we have neither the time nor feel the necessity to conduct an in-depth study of each religion, not to mention the treatises which would be necessary to rigorously analyze their similarities and dissimilarities. It is sufficient for our purposes merely to show that there is a great deal of evidence contained in the basic teachings of each religion to support our model. The best place to begin our analysis is with Buddhism, since it most openly and clearly supports our model of man. The first major piece of evidence which we shall examine is the life of Buddha himself. Siddhartha Gautama, who is later to be known as Buddha, lived in India between the years 563 and 483 before Christ. He was the son of a wealthy royal family and lived his boyhood and early married life in the idyllic surroundings of the palace. However, when he became aware of all the suffering existent beyond the palace walls, he became quite dismayed. He deeply questioned such things as poverty, disease, old age, and death, but he was given no satisfactory answers. So one night Gautama left his wife and child and set out in search of truth. He completely renounced his worldly belongings as well as his ego status of royalty, and it is said that he spent 6 years wandering as an ascetic renunciate throughout India. He studied under many learned men, but still the answers he sought eluded him. Then one day, during the 7th year of his search, while meditating under a banyan tree in Bodh Gaya, India, he attained enlightenment. From that day on, he went forth to preach his gospel throughout India. And the Buddhist religion has subsequently spread all over India, Japan, and other parts of the world. The question which is relevant to us here is, what happened to Gautama while he was sitting under that banyan tree? A change took place, which was so drastic that it entirely altered his lifestyle from Gautama, a man searching for truth, to Buddha, meaning the enlightened one. And the gospel which he taught has not only survived the test of time, but is still spreading today, especially in the highly educated Western cultures. Attempting to describe in words what is meant by the Buddhist state of nirvana, enlightenment, is an impossible task. All that we can do is to examine states leading up to nirvana, and then to look at what has been said by those who have attained that level of consciousness. Keeping in mind the concepts presented in earlier chapters, especially those dealing with the higher levels of consciousness, we shall now offer evidence that the Buddhist state of nirvana is what we have called centering in the superconscious, or wholly identifying with the spiritual self. The Buddhist writings most suitable for our purposes are the famous ox-herding pictures. These are a sequence of 10 illustrations, with comments in prose and verse, depicting the different levels of realization of Zen. The original drawings and commentaries presented in the following pages are attributed to Kakuan Shin, a Chinese Zen master of the 12th century, AD 7. It will be noted that below each of the original prints, we have added a short commentary which is phrased in the terminology of our own model. However, Because writings as deep and long-standing as the ox-herding pictures are bound to have meaning at many different levels, we shall in our added commentaries attempt only to show that the path which they depict is one which follows directly from our model of man. At this point it is essential that you turn to the pictures beginning on the next page and study them carefully. 1. Seeking the ox. The ox has never really gone astray, so why search for it? Having turned his back on his true nature, the man cannot see it. Because of his defilements he has lost sight of the ox. Suddenly he finds himself confronted by a maze of crisscrossing roads. Greed for worldly gain and dread of loss spring up like searing flames, ideas of right and wrong dart out like daggers. Desolate through forests and fearful in jungles, he is seeking an ox which he does not find. Up and down dark, nameless, wide-flowing rivers, in deep mountain thickets, he treads many bypaths. Bone-tired, heart-weary, he carries on his search for this something which he yet cannot find. At evening he hears cicadas chirping in the trees. 2. Finding the tracks. Through the sutras and teachings he discerns the tracks of the ox. He has been informed that just as different-shaped golden vessels are all basically of the same goal, so each and everything is a manifestation of the self. But he is unable to distinguish good from evil, truth from falsity. He has not actually entered the gate, but he sees in a tentative way the tracks of the ox. Innumerable footprints has he seen in the forest and along the water's edge. Over yonder does he see the trampled grass. Even the deepest gorges of the topmost mountains can't hide this ox's nose which reaches right to heaven. 3. First glimpse of the ox. Why, if he will but listen intently to everyday sounds, he will come to realization, and at that instant see the very source. The six senses are no different from this true source. In every activity the source is manifestly present. It is analogous to the salt in water, or the binder in paint. When the inner vision is properly focused, one comes to realize that that which is seen is identical with the true source. A nightingale warbles on a twig, the sun shines on undulating willows. There stands the ox, where could he hide? That splendid head, those stately horns, what artist could portray them? 4. Catching the ox. Today he encountered the ox, which had long been cavorting in the wild fields, and actually grasped it. For so long a time has it reveled in these surroundings, that breaking it of its old habits is not easy. It continues to yearn for sweet-scented grasses. It is still stubborn and unbridled. If he would tame it completely, the man must use his whip. He must tightly grasp the rope and not let it go, for the ox still has unhealthy tendencies. Now he charges up to the highlands, now he loiters in a misty ravine. 5. Taming the ox. With the rising of one thought another and another are born. Enlightenment brings the realization that such thoughts are not unreal, since even they arise from our true nature. It is only because delusion still remains that they are imagined to be unreal. This state of delusion does not originate in the objective world, but in our own minds. He must hold the nose rope tight and not allow the ox to roam, lest off to muddy haunts it should stray. Properly tended, it becomes clean and gentle. Untethered, it willingly follows its master. 6. Riding the ox home. The struggle is over, pain and loss no longer affect him. He hums the rustic tune of the woodsman and plays the simple songs of the village children. Astride the ox's back, he gazes serenely at the clouds above. His head does not turn in the direction of temptations. Try though one may to upset him, he remains undisturbed. Riding free as air, he buoyantly comes home through evening mists in wide straw hat and cape. Wherever he may go, he creates a fresh breeze, while in his heart profound tranquility prevails. This ox requires not a blade of grass. 7. Ox forgotten, self alone. In the Dharma there is no two-ness. The ox is his primal nature. This he has now recognized. A trap is no longer needed when a rabbit has been caught. A net becomes useless when a fish has been snared. Like gold which has been separated from dross, like the moon which has broken through the clouds, one ray of luminous light shines eternally. Only on the ox was he able to come home, but lo, the ox is now vanished, and alone and serene sits the man. The red sun rides high in the sky as he dreams unplacidly. Yonder beneath the thatched roof his idle whip and idle rope are lying. 8. Both ox and self forgotten. All delusive feelings have perished and ideas of holiness too have vanished. He lingers not in the state of, I am a Buddha, and he passes quickly on through the stage of, and now I have purged myself of the proud, feeling, I am not Buddha. Even the 1,000 eyes of 500 Buddhas and patriarchs can discern in him no specific quality. If hundreds of birds were now to strew flowers about his room, he could not but feel ashamed of himself. Whip, rope, ox and man alike belong to emptiness. So vast and infinite, the azure sky that no concept of any sort can reach it. Over a blazing fire a snowflake cannot survive. When this state of mind is realized, comes at last comprehension of the spirit of the ancient patriarchs. 9. Returning to the source. From the very beginning there has not been so much as a speck of dust to mar the intrinsic purity. He observes the waxing and waning of life in the world, while abiding unassertively in a state of unshakable serenity. This waxing and waning is no phantom or illusion, but a manifestation of the source. Why then is there need to strive for anything? The waters are blue, the mountains are green. Alone with himself, he observes things endlessly changing. He has returned to the origin, come back to the source, but his steps have been taken in vain. It is as though he were now blind, and deaf seated in his hut, he hankers not for things outside. Streams meander on of themselves. Red flowers naturally bloom red. 10. Entering the marketplace with helping hands. The gate of his cottage is closed, and even the wisest cannot find him. His mental panorama has finally disappeared. He goes his own way, making no attempt to follow the steps of earlier sages. Carrying a gourd, he strolls into the market. Leaning on his staff, he returns home. He leads innkeepers and fishmongers in the way of the Buddha. Bare-chested, barefooted, he comes into the marketplace. Muddied and dust-covered, how broadly he grins. Without recourse to mystic powers, withered trees he swiftly brings to bloom. Having examined these pictures, we can now clearly see that the teachings of Buddhism are centered around man attaining universal consciousness. This is the state which Buddhists call nirvana. Despite the fact that Buddhism is often labeled atheistic, it is this union with the one underlying source which other religions choose to call God consciousness. Furthermore, in examining these pictures, we are not only able to see that Buddhist dogma supports our model of man, but also that as far back as 1100 AD, the teachings explained the existence of one non-unique source from which all else became manifest. Even before Buddha's time, circa 500 BC, the teachings of the Vedas in India, circa 2000 BC, espoused the existence of the one element, Anu, of which all else in creation is formed. So we see that since all is one, man can find the truths of the universe by searching his own true nature, as well as by scientifically examining the world outside of himself. Here is where the knowledge of East and West meet. And as has been shown in this work, they are in complete agreement with one another. Perhaps the strongest supports for our model in the eyes of the Westerner, however, are the numerous passages from the New Testament which clearly reveal that Jesus fully understood all that has been laid down in the current work. For simplicity's sake, we will approach this analysis by considering the teachings of yoga, which form an important part of Hinduism, and the gospel of Christ, side by side. Of course, it is easily recognized that much of the Bible is symbolic, especially the book of Revelation. Therefore, many conflicting interpretations have been offered over the centuries. For this reason, we shall concern ourselves only with those quotations from the scriptures which almost totally deny a logical understanding based solely upon Western knowledge. In these cases, comparison of ancient Eastern teachings, for example, the science of yoga with the biblical passages, will provide strong support for our model of man. As good a place as any to begin our comparative analysis is in the beginning. The Eastern doctrines, like the Vedas of India, teach that all of creation is based upon different manifestations of a single vibration, and that this vibration is the holy word, Om. Furthermore, the yogi is taught to meditate upon this sound until he comes into tune with, and literally melts into oneness with, the vibration. In this manner he enters universal consciousness, because he has become one with that vibration which is behind everything. The sound of Om is heard as an inner sound, not through the physical ears, while one is concentrating upon the higher chakras. It has been loosely described by the yogis as the great downpour of a waterfall, the roar of the ocean, the blast of trumpets. Turning to the Bible, we find many passages which clearly suggest that Jesus and his disciples were aware of this holy vibration, of how to contact it, and of its significance in creation. It is referred to symbolically as the Word, the voice of God, and in Christian literature, it carries the physical pronunciation of Amen. Explaining all of creation as the outcome of this vibration, we have, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. St. John 1:1-3 and, these things saith the Amen, the faithful and true witness, the beginning of the creation of God. Revelation 3:14. It is further evident that St. John the Divine, the man credited with the writing down of the book of Revelation, had the ability to enter higher states of consciousness, and was, thus, well aware of what yoga teaches. He revealed much of his knowledge in Revelation, as is exemplified in the following accounts of his experiences with Aum. I was in the Spirit on the Lord's day, and heard behind me a great voice, as of a trumpet. Revelation 1:10. John also stated, and I heard a voice from heaven, as the voice of many waters, and as the voice of a great thunder, and I heard the voice of harpers harping with their harps. Revelation 14:2. Thus, the scientific approach we presented in Chapter 3 of this work provided strong evidence from both Western science and the testimonial of two famous psychics that rates of vibration are responsible for the world around and within us. Here we see that both Hindu and Christian religions make the same statement in their ancient doctrines. Furthermore, in our analysis of a higher state of consciousness, presented in Chapter 4, wherein one could gain knowledge of the future, we have complete accord with John's ability to enter into the Spirit and write the book of Revelation. We turn now to another highly symbolic part of the Bible, which also has its parallel in the teachings of yogic science. In chapters 2 and 4, we made mention of the 7 chakras, which are part of the astral body of man. It is taught by the gurus of India's saints who teach the way to God, that in order to attain enlightenment one must open these 7 doors and allow the energy prana to flow freely through them. When this is accomplished, each of these 7 psychic centers lights up. That is, meditation upon them reveals a bright light in the proper areas of the spine and brain. The 6th chakra, located in the middle of the forehead, displays the culmination of all this light and is often called the spiritual eye. When the advanced yogi is able to open the spiritual eye, for instance, raise sufficient energy in order to see the light, he can attain enlightenment by deeply concentrating upon this point. Thus, we often see Buddha portrayed with a diamond in his forehead, and both Hindus and Christians wear ash at this point during certain holidays. With this in mind, examination of certain biblical passages will clearly reveal that Christianity is also based upon such knowledge. Concerning the spiritual eye, which is also called the morning star, the single eye and the third eye, we find that Luke has this to say. The light of the body is the eye. Therefore when thine eye is single, thy whole body also is full of light. But when thine eye is evil, thy body also is full of darkness. Take heed therefore, that the light which is in thee be not darkness. St. Luke 11:34-35, and from Revelation, and they shall see his face, and his name shall be in their foreheads. And there shall be no night there, and they need no candle, neither light of the sun, for the Lord God giveth them light. Revelation 22:4-5. Concerning the 7 chakras, cloaked in the deep symbolism typical throughout Revelation, John explains what he saw when he looked behind him, for example, meditated on his spine, and being turned, I saw 7 golden candlesticks, and in the midst of the 7 candlesticks, one like unto the Son of Man. Revelation 1:12-13. And he had in his right hand 7 stars. Revelation 1:16. The 7 stars are the angels of the 7 churches, and the 7 candlesticks which thou sawest are the 7 churches. Revelation 1:21. Whose mind is set upon enlightenment is taught to enter each lit-up chakra candlestick by means of deeply concentrating upon them. Thus they are called churches. We see from the above that 3 essential facets of yogic literature, the 7 chakras, and the illumination of the spiritual eye, were well recognized by Jesus and his disciples. This should be of no surprise, since spiritual giants like Jesus and John were obviously able to enter into higher levels of consciousness, for instance, enter the spirit. In fact, Jesus' control over and awareness of the energy flow within him is the aim of all advanced yogis. To see just how sensitive to this flow a man can become, we have the following account. And a certain woman, which had an issue of blood 12 years, and had suffered many things of many physicians, and had spent all that she had, and was nothing bettered, but rather grew worse, when she had heard of Jesus, came in the press behind, and touched his garment. For she said, If I may touch but his clothes, I shall be whole. And straightway the fountain of her blood was dried up, and she felt in her body that she was healed of that plague. And Jesus, immediately knowing in himself that virtue had gone out of him, turned him about in the press, and said, Who touched my clothes? St. Mark 5:25-30. In this quotation, the word virtue is referring to the energy flow which yogis call prana. In fact, in other versions of the Bible the term is actually translated as power. And these powers which Jesus displayed have also been shared by many yogis throughout the centuries. Truly, the word master is applicable to one who has gained such total control over the energy that he can not only be aware of when it enters and leaves his system, but also can heal with it and perform many other so-called miracles. Since all of creation is merely energy vibrating at different rates, and since we have shown that man has potential control over these rates, then it follows that there are no limitations to the feats which can be accomplished. Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also. St. John 14:12. Along the same line, the Bible clearly reveals that Jesus understood that man could draw this energy from the infinite source at will. It will be recalled that when we discussed the energy sources available to man, see Chapter 4, pages 85 to 88, we showed how energy could be made available from the superconscious level. This high vibration of energy is a very direct source, very close to the original word, eon vibration. Thus, the Bible states, "It is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceedeth out of the mouth of God." St. Matthew 4:4. And, in the meanwhile his disciples prayed him, saying, Master, eat. But he said unto them, I have meat to eat that ye know not of. St. John 4:31 to 32. Furthermore, our discussion in Chapter 4 also explains what is taking place at old-time spiritual revivals. When a group of people get together, singing rhythmic music and focusing all of their attention on something outside of themselves, such as God, then they can get lost in this higher identification. Under such conditions, the ego can be transcended, the chakras opened, and energy allowed to flow freely in. The sensation caused by this extreme amount of energy flowing throughout the body can be so blissful that sitting still becomes impossible. The Hindus take to wild dancing and chanting, while Western priests have been known to literally roll in the aisles. And if this energy were properly channeled so as to raise it up the spine, as is taught by the techniques of yoga, it would illuminate the spiritual eye and lift the individual into higher states of God realization, perhaps even on a permanent basis. The fact that such a permanent change in one's level of consciousness can take place is also evidenced in the New Testament. When a man begins to identify with the spiritual self, for instance, pure consciousness, he sees the animal and psychical selves, his body, emotions, and thoughts, as quite distinct from his real self. He actually goes through a transition period where lower self is falling away and higher self is being enthroned. In the Bible, this is referred to as the second birth, or birth into spirit. Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Nicodemus saith unto him, How can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter the second time into his mother's womb and be born? Jesus answered, Verily, verily, I say unto thee, except a man be born of water and of the Spirit, he cannot enter into the kingdom of God. That which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. St. John 3:3-6. And Jesus makes it quite clear that he too had to transcend ego consciousness in order to enter into union with God. To him that overcometh will I grant to sit with me in my throne, even as I also overcame, and am set down with my Father in his throne. Revelation 3:21. This leads us to what is perhaps the most misunderstood passage in the Bible. In the preceding chapters of this work, we have continually seen that in his regular ego-oriented state, the word I in everyday expressions refers to these objects of false identification. When a man attains enlightenment, as did Jesus, he then as fully identifies with this higher state of consciousness as other men do with ego consciousness. Thus, Jesus quite naturally saw God as his Father, since our terrestrial parents were in no way responsible for the creation of spiritual man, for instance, pure conscious energy. Jesus, being wholly identified with the Spirit, referred to this level of consciousness when he used the term, I. Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father, but by me. St. John 14:6. The level of consciousness, rate of energy vibration, with which Jesus identified has been variously called Christ consciousness, Krishna consciousness, universal consciousness, super consciousness, and nirvana, to name but a few. As high as this state is, however, it is still within creation. That is, no matter how high the rate, it is still a manifestation of energy vibrating, Aum, the word. But the Hindu and Christian scriptures both teach that the Father is beyond creation, and can only be reached by first working one's way through the higher levels within creation. Thus, the above passage is saying that no one can reach the Father until he first passes through the level of consciousness with which Jesus himself was fully identified. This level of Christ consciousness is the first step from the unmanifest into the manifest. It is the intelligence within creation. And because it is the first removed from the Father, it is generally called the Son. Being as fully identified with the Christ consciousness as any of us are identified with the consciousness of having earthly parents, is there any wonder that Jesus openly called himself the Son of God? But Jesus never even implied that he was the only Son of God. Quite the contrary, he taught that we are all children of God, that this is our birthright. Turning our attention now to St. Paul's first letter to the Corinthians, we find even more support for our model of man, and man is fully identified with one body, one set of emotions, and one matrix of thoughts. Thus, he sees his father and mother as being those who gave birth to the body with which he identifies, and the use of his relation to the universe. Here, Paul reveals his knowledge of man's ability to exist in higher planes by describing the different bodies within which man is enclosed. There are also celestial bodies, and bodies terrestrial. But the glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another. I Corinthians 15:40. It is sown a natural body. It is raised a spiritual body. There is a natural body, and there is a spiritual body. I Corinthians 15:44. Again, we note that spiritual is being used to refer to the finer essence of the higher energy vibrations. It will be recalled that in our own analysis of Besant and Leadbeater's thought forms, see Chapter 3, pages 50 to 53, that we called these higher bodies the astral and mental bodies. Furthermore, with all of the emphasis today on the psychic phenomena, a great many of us are probably familiar with the term astral projection, the ability to separate the astral body from the physical body and project it over great distances. This sometimes happens during sleeping hours, but it can just as readily occur while we are fully awake. Once a person has experienced such a phenomenon, there is then no longer any doubt about his detachment from the physical body. What is more, upon death it is in his astral body that man dwells in the higher realms. Thus, it is written, "So, when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory?" I Corinthians 15:54 to 55. The true beauty of the Eastern message is that here we are taught how to detach the astral body from the physical body while still living in the physical world. It is all part of the path to enlightenment, and as such these powers can be developed by all men. We could go on endlessly in this manner, finding biblical quotations which support the existence of other planes, the necessity of humbling ego, the oneness in spirit energy of all that exists, the actual statement that the kingdom lies within, and so on. And we need not further analyze the Eastern teachings in order to show their support of our model, for yoga is the science of how to transcend ego consciousness and enter into universal consciousness. Thus, all that is left is to tie together the obvious where it concerns the word God. The references in the Bible to the Spirit are clearly referring to energy in its higher rates of vibration. And there is certainly no blasphemy involved here, since Western physics has long acknowledged energy to be omnipresent. Furthermore, in Chapter 4, we showed that this omnipresent energy was necessarily an identity to consciousness, and therefore omniscient. The fact that energy is the only active force in the universe also lends it to be labeled omnipotent. Now we can understand what prompted Mahatma Gandhi to say, "He rules the tiniest detail of my life, I believe, literally, that not a leaf moves but by his will." Similarly, Jesus said, "Are not 5 sparrows sold for 2 farthings, and not one of them is forgotten before God? But even the very hairs of your head are all numbered." St. Luke 12, 6-7 and in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna said, "I am the fresh taste of the water, I the silver of the moon, the gold o' the sun, the word of worship in the Veds, the thrill that passeth in the ether, and the strength of man's shed seed. I am the good sweet smell of the moistened earth, I am the fire's red light." In one of his aspects, God is the leaf, the sparrow, the earth, and the fire. He is the conscious energy of which all things are manifest. Thus, all things are in him, and he is in all things. Finally, we turn to Genesis, where it is written that man was created in the image of God. In our model, we have analyzed 3 different aspects of man: animal, psychical, and spiritual. Surely, the human body is not what is being referred to in Genesis, since the Bible is clearly aimed at informing man that he is not the physical body. To see God as having an ego around which he must work is also absurd. The scriptures say that man must rise above, overcome his lower self in order to enter the kingdom of God. So we are left with spiritual man as that aspect of man made in the image of God. And we have shown exactly this throughout this work. Spiritual man is conscious energy which then becomes aware of and brings life to body, emotions, and thoughts. In this pure state, man is one with his divine heritage. Thus, when a man attains self-realization, he also attains God-realization. "Believest thou not that I am in the Father, and the Father in me? The words that I speak unto you I speak not of myself, but the Father that dwelleth in me, he doth the works. Believe me that I am in the Father, and the Father in me." St. John 14, 10-11. So, we can conclude that the label God is, in many respects, referring to the same intelligent force which we have called conscious energy. For if it is true that the cosmos extends outward indefinitely, then the findings of Western physics necessitate that energy be considered infinite. And it follows that energy is also eternal. Energy was, in the beginning, before all else was created. Energy will be in the end, after all else falls away, for energy can neither be created nor destroyed. Copyright Resonant Recording. Chapter 7. Applying the results. The preceding chapters of this work have developed and supported a model of man based upon foundational materials from psychology, physics, biology, and Western and Eastern religious doctrines. This model, see Figure 7, page 58, is not only explicit and applicable, but also is general enough to incorporate all men who have ever lived, regardless of time or place. Although our model emphasizes the overwhelming similarities among humans, it is also capable of explaining all of the physiological and psychological differences which exist. Now that we have such an all-inclusive model of man, our task is to apply what we have learned. To begin with, we have found that it is conscious energy which flows into that particular group of bonded atoms which we generally call the body. Furthermore, it is this will-power-directed energy flow which is responsible for all bodily activity, voluntary and involuntary. Therefore, any time that a man wishes to express himself externally, he does so by directing this energy flow through the proper channels. For example, when a man carves a sculpture, paints a picture, or plays a musical instrument, there is a well-defined expenditure of energy going into each act. Thus, the final result of the act, for instance, the sculpture, the painting, etc., is a combination of matter from the physical plane and energy of spirit from the higher planes. If we look carefully at the man-made aspects of the world around us, we can get a clear picture of the specific channels through which the energy must have flowed. When we see nature being molded into sexual artifacts or any other basic drive-satisfying form, we can be sure that the necessary energy flow was through the animal self, and that consciousness was centered more or less at this level. On the other hand, the fastest car ever built, or the longest bridge, or the tallest building, or the most expensive house, are all manifestations of an ego-oriented energy flow. To employ the use of an analogy, it is as though we poured water into a number of glasses, each one of which had an intricate maze of tubes through which the water must flow before exiting onto the physical plane. Depending upon which of the tubes were open, the water would leave the glass from any number of different positions. The water represents conscious energy. Each glass represents a man in which the intricate pattern of channels make up his particular characteristics, for example, his personality. When the energy first enters the glass, it is intrinsically neutral. It is the directing of the energy through each man-maze which colors the energy flow before it becomes manifest on the physical plane. That is, this infinite energy flowing through the lower aspects of man, the animal and psychical selves, provides the basis upon which each individual will express himself in society. Thus, all aspects of a society are merely the outcome of the interaction of each individual's externalized energy flow. In order to see this more clearly, let each of us mentally envision this diversely colored energy flowing forth from all of the individuals of a society. Furthermore, let us all recognize that the reason that the energy is channeled in an outward direction to begin with is because there are certain desires which the inner man feels he can satisfy by interacting on the physical plane. With all of this in mind, we can now give a general example of the application of our model. For this purpose, we could concern ourselves with almost any field of knowledge in which man has taken an interest. Since, however, the social sciences are so undeniably dependent upon assumptions of human behavior, let us work in this area. Particularly, let us place our emphasis on the science of economics in order to see if, by fully recognizing the true nature of man, we might remove her century-old nickname of the dismal science. The question to which we shall address ourselves is, which type of economic structure is to be considered the best? Would a laissez-faire capitalist, quasi-capitalist, or socialist system be most efficient in taking us to our optimal economic and social bliss point? Here, we see that since it is men who are doing the interacting, the answer to this important question is obviously dependent upon what we say about man. Fortunately, now that we have a well-constructed theoretical model to work with, we can perhaps shed some light on the important question of optimal economic systems. What we must do first, if we wish to analyze which of the aforementioned systems is most efficient, is to agree upon some criterion for efficiency. It will be recalled that earlier in this chapter, we came to the conclusion that it is the combination of each individual's externalized, desire-directed energy flow which is responsible for all aspects of a society. Since an economy is but one aspect of a society, it follows that at the base of all economic activity is the force generated by these energy flows. In essence, these flows are the powerhouse which literally run the economy. The question of the efficiency of an economic system, then, is really, how can we best harness this externalized source of energy so as to best satisfy the internal desires which are directing it? The efficiency of the system, then, is totally dependent upon the qualities of the energy flow itself. For example, if we asked an engineer to compare the relative efficiencies of a windmill and a water wheel, he could not do so without information regarding the source of power which these systems are attempting to harness. A water wheel is useless in a windy desert, but far surpasses a windmill when located next to a swiftly running river. It is the source of energy which a system is attempting to harness, which determines the relative efficiency of various systems, not the systems by themselves. What we must do, therefore, is to employ our model so that we might be able to say something specific about the underlying energy flow which the economic system is attempting to harness. Based upon the previous chapters, what we shall argue here is that man has been evolving, both horizontally and vertically, and that the economic system must adapt to this evolution. The horizontal evolution is that of a typical Darwinian nature, for instance, animal man adapting to his external environment. Vertical evolution, on the other hand, is the slow process of our entire civilization changing its center of identification from animal man into psychical man, and finally into spiritual man. As this evolution takes place, it follows that our assumptions upon which we determine a theoretically optimal economic system must also change. For example, during earlier centuries, the general state of conditions even in the advanced countries was one of poverty and its associated shortage of provisions for basic bodily needs. Under such circumstances, our animal self obviously commands most of our attention, and our energies are directed towards this aspect of our being. With the subsequent increased demand for physical goods and services, we see that the goals of an effective economic system must be, at this stage, to maximize production, while at the same time providing the capital necessary for future growth. Furthermore, because man in this state is driven mostly by his primary instincts, we can conclude that animal man is the perfect example of self-interest. With this as the behavioral motive which forms the channel through which the energy is flowing onto the physical plane, this self-interest energy must now be directed into an economic system which can most efficiently harness this specific flow. And there can be no doubt, even by a Marxist, that a purely capitalist framework is the machine most capable of effectively using the energy flow when it is operating at this level. This is because a capitalist system relies solely upon self-interest as an incentive to induce people to work and for the regulation of production and pricing. Thus, it was argued by Adam Smith and others that laissez-faire capitalism would, on its own, necessarily lead us to the optimal bliss point. It is now a matter of history as to how well our capitalist system lived up to its promise during our developing period. Animal man's energy flow was fully harnessed, and the gross national product (GNP) growth curve symbolically depicts the push, drive, and explosiveness of this aspect of man. But does this mean that the capitalist system is the best system for harnessing the energy flow under all circumstances? We must always remain aware that the system is only a machine used to harness the energy, and different harnesses are appropriate for different types of flows. It is exactly this success of the laissez-faire capitalist system in harnessing the energy flow through animal man that has allowed man to evolve and for the energy to alter its center. This is because as an economic system grows, there is a natural movement towards centralization. Such a movement is called for both in terms of economic efficiency and because as man's basic needs become satisfied, his energy is free to be applied at higher, more social levels. Thus, as we center on psychical man, we tend to organize higher forms of energy usage other than those working directly for animal man's food, clothing, and shelter. Interest in art, education, and travel begins to grow, and with this growth comes the recognition that all men are dependent upon one another, either directly or indirectly. Once collectivization of interests takes place, that is, as psychical man begins to dictate the energy flow, there is a need for a corresponding change in the economic system. As we saw above, laissez-faire capitalism best handled men acting as individuals in animal man's self-interest. Obviously, the question of externalities is of relatively minor importance concerning food, clothing, and shelter, as compared to education, travel, recreation, art, and so on. It would seem, then, that the centering of the energy flow in psychical man would call for more collective activity in the economy, especially since other interests were becoming collectivized. And as the natural evolution would have it, this is exactly what has happened. Government became strong, and the concept of laissez-faire slowly fell by the wayside. Some economists then began to argue that laissez-faire capitalism could never have worked because Adam Smith had made the theoretical mistake of neglecting collective goods. But this type of "he was wrong, now we're right" argument totally ignores the fact that things evolve. A pure capitalist system was theoretically right for harnessing animal man, but a quasi-capitalist system is theoretically more efficient for harnessing the energy flow coming through psychical man. So what we see is that there is a feedback system of action-reaction interaction between man and the economic system. As man evolves, the system needed to harness his energy flow naturally evolves. The results of the evolved system, in turn, allow man to evolve further. Now that man's energy flow has been raised from his animal self to his psychical self, his economic system has gradually evolved from laissez-faire to quasi-capitalism. And as each succeeding generation becomes less and less concerned about their sources of food, clothing, and shelter, and as a corresponding increase in exposure to education and the arts takes place, man will be free to develop more and more qualities compatible with his spiritual self. To put it another way, the more free time that a man has to sit and think, the more he tends to center within himself. In fact, the typical college program, which has the effect of temporarily taking the individual out of the mainstream for 4 years, has proved to be a great boon to the awakening of spiritual man. The current call of the youth in all of the highly developed countries for love, peace, and brotherhood is only one indication of this slow awakening. Of course, this is not to say that some of the youth of every generation do not participate in such an awakening, but history has shown that their numbers have been relatively small, and that their impact has had no major effect on the system. In fact, since the economic systems of the past were less advanced than they are today, it was not uncommon for all but a few of the most radical proponents of economic change to enter and be assimilated into the prevailing system. However, things are different today. Economic conditions are such that they can provide for animal man's minimal needs with very little effort. As a result, more and more people are progressing toward higher centers of consciousness. And as this natural evolution continues to grow within the younger generation, it rekindles the spark which once was lit in the older generation. So the success of the economic system in operation In this case, the quasi-capitalist system has again begun to provide an atmosphere compatible with man's vertical evolution. But what about the existing system now that people are beginning to change? If it is to efficiently harness this altered energy flow and take us to an optimal point, then it too must change. For if the system resists change on the grounds of its past success, then inefficiency, and therefore failure, is certain. And changes are beginning to take place. More and more of the young are dropping out, hitching around the country, moving to the woods, taking menial jobs, and so on. This is the system's fault. After all, an efficient, flexible system does not attempt to alter man's nature in order that the system itself might operate better. It changes itself so that it can more totally harness the evolved energy flow which is slowly becoming centered in spiritual man. And this process will take place. There need be no revolution, because there is no establishment, or they who are nearly powerful enough to stand up against the tremendous force of the underlying energy flow. However, there are intermediary stages in the switchover, when rigidities in the system create growing pains. But if we wish to employ our intellect to help reduce these pains, we must first take a look at spiritual man and attempt to extrapolate the direction which the natural evolution is likely to take. Then we can attain a balance by allowing ourselves to flow with it. Just as individual self-interest characterized animal man, and the yearning for group acceptance and superiority are qualities of psychical man, so the word altruism gives us a good idea of spiritual man. To begin with, once we have risen above our body consciousness, we soon realize that the five senses are not the most advantageous channel through which to direct the energy flow. We quickly learn that permanent, absolute satisfaction cannot be gained via the physical senses. We are all aware that the more that we feed them, the more that they require in order to become positively stimulated. They are, in essence, a losing battle. No permanent inner peace or contentment can be found via this route. Therefore, rather than putting all of our energies into serving the body, we learn to train it so that it might better serve us. And while this somewhat negative aspect of bringing animal man under control is taking place, the ladder of needs is being climbed, and psychical man begins to receive the energy flow. As mentioned earlier, man now attempts to gain security, peace, love, and inner contentment by serving ego. And since stimulations of ego are a matter of interpersonal comparison, whereas satisfying animal man is more of an individual activity, this naturally calls for a more socialized existence. We are all quite familiar with the modes of stimulating ego, since this is in general the drive behind most of our actions. But, alas, man slowly finds that permanent, absolute gratification is not to be found via psychical man either. The positive stimulations of pride, self-accomplishment, and security, usually through the accumulation of material objects, are all temporary. They always pass away. Like the physical senses, each time that we satisfy ego, it subsequently takes larger and larger stimulations to please him. For example, when we were poor, $500 in the bank gave us a feeling of ultimate security. But as we became more prosperous, it took 5,000 to experience the same inner feeling of peace, then 10,000, and so on. We all know that there are many people with hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank, yet they still do not enjoy a feeling of security and freedom from financial worries. With a minimal amount of introspection, we can see that the same holds true for pride of achievement and for security in peer group relations. One's self-concept is continually being challenged, and our whole life is geared to living up to the idealized goals of the group. When we seek our gratification in the terms of another man's eyes, there is no such thing as the absolute feeling of Phew, I finally made it. Now I don't have to worry anymore. It is all relative and temporary. Our natural drives for love, inner peace, contentment, and freedom cannot find a satisfactory fulfillment via an energy flow through ego, because ego can never be permanently satisfied. No one who has bothered to objectively examine the events which have occurred thus far in his life can deny the truth of what has been presented above. And over time, more and more people are getting off of the merry-go-round and starting to search for something higher. When this happens, the natural evolution from psychical man to spiritual man has begun. At this point, man has at least partially stopped identifying with his body, his emotions, and his thoughts, and has begun to center on his true nature. But how does a person usually view the world around him while centering towards this state? For one thing, questions of material possession and ownership become relatively meaningless. He has ceased to seek contentment by means of external objects, seeing them all as merely different arrangements of atoms. He fairly passively accepts what comes his way, enjoying it, but not becoming attached to it. The question of ownership of land in particular becomes almost a comical matter. In this higher state, man, by no conscious willpower of his own, finds himself living within a body which dwells upon, and is made up of, the planet Earth. Imagine, if you will, being born anew, waking up, so to speak, and finding oneself in the existential predicament of being trapped in a body which is confined to a little planet hurtling through space. The furthest thing from one's mind would be any desire to, or even a feeling of an ability to, own a piece of the planet. Once man expands his frame of reference into universal terms, he realizes that he had nothing to do with the creation of, and relatively little to do with the preservation or destruction of, the object in question. As more and more people begin to truly feel this way, some form of shared stewardship of the planet is bound to evolve. Another major change, which tends to take place as man evolves into a spiritual being, is in the area of work. We have in our culture three distinct conceptions, or attitudes, about work. The first, and most objective, is the physicist's use of the word to mean any expenditure of energy. The economist, on the other hand, has traditionally used the term to denote only the expenditures of energy which carry a negative subjective value or disutility. That is, something which must be compensated for if the action is to be done. But once we learn to train the body and mind, we find that things that once yielded disutility now yield utility. For when a man begins to control the energy flow within him, he soon finds that, like all other flows, if the energy is not free to flow out, then the rate of entry of the inward flow is hampered. And as mentioned in previous chapters, since it is the free passage of this energy flow through the body and mind which creates the sensations which we normally call bliss, love, inner peace, and contentment, as well as more highly developed states of intelligence, then the most desire-satisfying thing that a man can do is to keep the flow going. In this light, work, for instance, the expenditure of energy, takes on a whole new meaning. We learn to work for work's sake, not for the fruits of our labor. This is because in the very act of working we are expressing our inner flow, and, therefore, getting higher. Since we are attempting to get a notion of how a man seated in the higher states of consciousness would tend to view work, let us turn to Khalil Gibran, a person who speaks to us from that level. Then a plowman said, "Speak to us of work." And he answered, saying, "You work that you may keep pace with the earth and the soul of the earth. For to be idle is to become a stranger unto the seasons, and to step out of life's procession, that marches in majesty and proud submission towards the infinite. When you work you are a flute through whose heart the whispering of the hours turns to music. Which of you would be a reed, dumb and silent, when all else sings together in unison. Work is love made visible. And if you cannot work with love but only with distaste, it is better that you should leave your work and sit at the gate of the temple and take alms of those who work with joy. For if you bake bread with indifference, you bake a bitter bread that feeds but half of man's hunger. And if you grudge the crushing of the grapes, your grudge distills a poison in the wine. And if you sing though as angels and love not the singing, you muffle man's ears to the voices of the day and the voices of the night. Unfortunately, it is foolish to argue that many feel this way today, for the prevalent energy flow of society is still through ego consciousness. Thus, our objective here is merely to get an idea of where our evolution might be leading us. A study of those men who were more identified with spiritual man than with the lower aspects of their being will reveal similar views to those expressed throughout this book. Before we take a look at which economic system would most efficiently harness the energy flow through spiritual man, however, let us examine one more aspect of this higher level of consciousness. When a man finally realizes that he is not his body, emotions, or thoughts, he also comes to see that he was not consciously responsible for such things as how well the bodily tool functions, or how good the intellect and memory are, or what particular background he comes from, rich, poor, educated, uneducated, and so on. Plus, from a purely higher self point of view, we come to realize that our present means, our ability to work and to earn, and our current needs, our requirements for bodily and mental health, have relatively little to do with anything that we ourselves actually did, either past or present. Thus, a person who finds himself with a body that always gets sick, and who comes from a family which neither had the means nor the motivation to send him to college, has the perfect right to stand up and scream, "What did I do to deserve this?" In contrast, a person born with a shapely body and a beautiful voice generally will find herself on the top of the world. Yet, upon reflection, she may ask herself, "What did I do to deserve this?" As we come to see things as they really are, instead of falsely identifying with body, emotions, and mind, we learn that the only truly equitable manner of providing for the needs of lower self is, from each according to his means, and to each according to his needs. This is because, as shown above, the current state of both our means and our needs have relatively little to do with any conscious decisions of our own. So we conclude from this brief look at the energy flow through spiritual man that a more socialistic system is apt to be most efficient in harnessing the energy flow. Again, it should be pointed out that this is a natural evolutionary process. It cannot be forced. In fact, according to our theoretical analysis, the socialist system is not the most effective system until a major segment of the society replaces their current desire motives with more altruistic goals. Until then, there will automatically be more and more pressure created for the switch over as more and more of the higher energy flow goes unused in the quasi-capitalist framework. In summary, the application of our model of man to the field of economics has revealed that a natural evolution of economic systems must take place in order for efficiency to be upheld. This is due to man's evolution from body consciousness to ego consciousness to universal consciousness. We have also seen that the economic system harnessing man's energy flow and the process of his consciousness evolution are interrelated. Changes in one provide a basis for changes in the other. Figure 17, see next page, summarizes our analysis of this relationship between man's level of consciousness and the correspondingly efficient economic system. Turning now to another topic, it will be recalled that in Chapter 1, we said that the exact sciences also had a need for an analytical model of man. Some recent discoveries in the field of plant biology provide us with a good opportunity to apply our model in this area of human knowledge. To begin with, it has been discovered that plants display an undeniable receptivity to the thoughts and emotions of other creatures. That is, scientific experimentation has shown that plants react to the world around them in such a way as to indicate that they are aware of the feelings and intentions of other beings, both human and non-human. For example, one experimenter treated a plant with kindness and love. Another experimenter systematically caused the same plant physical harm. After only a short period of such treatment, every time the harmer came into the laboratory, the plant would react adversely. That is, the electronic equipment used to monitor the plant would register frantic reactions. On the other hand, when the friend was in the presence of the plant, no such reaction occurred. Another aspect of the same experiment showed that the plant generated definite, consistent reactions every time a live brine shrimp was dropped into boiling water. However, when a dead shrimp was dropped into the same water, no such reaction was detected. 7. Although these findings may baffle the biologist, they should come as no surprise to anyone familiar with our model. We have shown that the astral emotional body of an object is like an aura which vibrates around the physical form. These higher rates of energy vibration vary from person to person and depict our emotional state at any given moment. The receptivity to human thought which the experimental plants displayed is really due to man's astral body vibrating in accordance to his thought of friend or foe. This vibration is then passed on to the plant's aura by altering its rate of vibration. And the same thing happens between plant and shrimp. Thus, just as we can get bad vibes from people, plants and animals can also get bad vibes from us. This means that many so-called controlled experiments have, in reality, left out one very important variable: the state of mind of the experimenter. The implications of this for the living sciences are overwhelming. Perhaps the most important application of our model, however, is what it tells us about our lives on Earth. In order to understand the why of creation, each of us must first bring his life into tune with truth. For we can come to fully know truth only by becoming truth, by dispelling all ignorance and fear and living in truth every moment of every day. Undoubtedly, this sounds rather poetic, and all religious figures have spoken similar words throughout the ages. Yet, through the model of man we have developed in the earlier chapters, we now have a concrete, scientifically based concept of what is meant by truth. In order to understand what science has to teach us about life on Earth, and the implications this has for our understanding our relation to creation, let us take a moment to examine our present situation. Envisage a sea of atoms all around, stretching beyond sight like little bubbles of different colors. This is, in truth, what the Earth plane is like. But you are the consciousness, the spirit, which is floating above this sea of atoms on another plane. You are not made of atoms. The atoms are continuously moving all around, some in groups, others forming new groups. You are watching the dance of creation, yet you are totally unattached to any particular movement or particular configuration of the atoms. Then, one specific group catches your attention, and you begin to focus all consciousness on them. You are concentrating on them as one might look through a telescope, oblivious to all else except the view in the lens. Now it just so happens that the particular group of atoms which you are looking through are those which comprise the human eye. And, lo and behold, in the same place where there used to be merely a movement of different kinds of atoms, you see trees, cars, clouds, houses, trains, and people. What a miraculous group of atoms you have chosen to focus upon. A group of atoms which has the power to distort all of creation to such an extent that different combinations of protons, neutrons, and electrons take on the illusion of the highly differentiated everyday world. Here we see the first key to truth. The senses area trick. They create an illusion. And it is not just the optical atoms which have this effect. The only thing which renders to us the sharp distinction between our bodies and not our bodies is the particular pattern of the tactual atoms, for instance, that system of atoms which yields the sense of touch. So we, the conscious receiver of the sense messages, by having identified with them, become subject to their trickery. If we would really live in truth, we must use our minds to continuously remind ourselves of that which scientific research has revealed. Instead of becoming attached to the specific forms which the atoms have taken, and then nurturing desires for them, we must remember the truth. For if we have a craving for what we see through a telescope, we will continue to look through the eyepiece. However, once we free ourselves from these desires by fully realizing their illusionary nature, we are free to walk away from the eyepiece and directly experience our own true nature. Scientific knowledge has clearly marked the path before us. It is the same path sought by wise men of all times. It is the search for truth,